All right, guys. Today is the inflation report, one of the biggest days of the month. Um, got a lot to talk about. Apple with a big pullback in pre-market. Oracle still gapping up really nicely. Hey, what's up, Beatrice? We're starting the stream pretty early, like we always do on CPI day. We're gonna do a poll. Trading V Al. All right, so today inflation data drops. Will it come in higher or lower than expected? Is going to be our poll. Vote on that poll. There's the link right there. Comes in good and we fly. So that means low. Good would be low. Rug pull time. I mean, I don't know, man. I can see like the current chances and probabilities for a rate hike are about 80-20. Now we flying. Hey, we'll see, man. I hope you're right. You know, I really do. I hope you're right. All right. So expectations for today's rate hike, or for I'm sorry, 4.2%. 4.2% is what they're expecting for this. But it looks like the market wants a pause. So about 80% chance of a pause currently. I got the freaking pumpkin spice coffee again. Ugh. Home Depot reaffirms their outlook, sees sales growth between 3 and 4% per year in its market stability base case. Hey, what's up about Barto? Won't be a pause, but a hop. Yeah, skip. Yeah, I'm still holding stuff right now. Yeah, I'm still green on a lot of stuff. Still in Walgreens, still in Target, still in Coca-Cola, still in JP Morgan, Johnson and Johnson, Gold, Disney. That's at 8:30. We're gonna put a timer up. All right, so it is now 6:10 market time. So we got about 2 hours and 20 minutes. All right, there we go. So yeah, we got 2 hours 20 minutes until this data comes out. Um, Here's the timer right here. We'll put it up on screen. You see, Oracle actually ripped Apple down a little bit. We can put the SPY up here. Hold on. All right, we're at 434.50s for the SPY. So the SPY gapping up again today. Yeah, I mean, I was holding much more yesterday. I cut a lot of my trades yesterday. Uh, Still in Walgreens, still in Target. Did Nvidia pump up more? Expected price and higher, what will happen? Lower. The results are lower with a market pump. Nvidia was at a key resistance level but didn't watch. Yeah, Nvidia's starting to run. All right, guys. So yeah, Nvidia now at 398, testing 400. We asked people yesterday, will Nvidia be over 400? And they said no. And currently, it's getting pretty close to it. The results are lower with a market pump, probably. Hit the like button if you haven't already, but most likely. Hey, all good, David. Yeah, I saw you message me, bro. It's all good, man. I appreciate the thank you, David. Um, hope you're doing well, bro. All right, let me get some music playing here. Is the Carter 6 coming out sometime soon? Bro, it's been so long since. Mm. Um, but yeah, Nvidia under 400 right now. Hey, what's up, trading? Bro, I need the names of some of the music you use. I need it. Super relaxing. Hey, thank you, William. Yeah, I'm listening to Lil Wayne in the background right now, but y'all can't hear it. Sorry. I'll play it in a second. Yeah. Uh, only touch until it breaks that resistance and hold. Yeah, I mean, I'm skeptical, but like I'm watching it. We'll see what happens. Apple dipping down pretty heavily this morning. If you look at Apple, Apple's down a lot. Oracle gapping up. We covered Oracle's earnings. Here's Apple. Apple right on the cusp of hitting 3 trillion in market cap. Yeah. So Jack Dorsey, who's the founder of Twitter, talked about the parallels between VR and the movie Wally. Has anybody ever seen the movie Wally? In the movie Wally, humans are basically immobile. They don't ever move. They just kind of sit around and eat and sit on their virtual reality TVs and stuff. And basically, Jack Dorsey, which is the founder of Twitter, is basically worried that we're going to turn into that. And I get it, to be honest. The VR is definitely kind of a concern, but But yeah, UBS downgraded Apple to neutral, raised price target to 190. Apple also hit a trademark barrier for the AR/VR headset overseas in China. So the forecast CPI data is 4.3%. 4.3%. 4.2%. I'm sorry. I think JP Morgan has it at 4.2%, and the other ones have 4.14 and 3.9. So I would average it at like 4.14, 4.1%. Uh, that's what I would average at. But yeah, on a market watch has it as 4%. So Market Watch has at 4%. Last time was 4.9%. Bloomberg has it at 4.1%. JP Morgan has it at 4.2%. So it just depends on which analyst you look at. But yeah, Bitcoin setting up on top of major support. Let's see what happens when CPI comes in low. Peak inflation was July last year, I believe. So these next months should be down hard, and true inflation showing 2.8%. Honestly, if we're at 2.8%, um, sometime soon, it's not going to be this month. That's just way big of a. That's too much, too good of an expectation for it. I think this specific month, but it's possible that if this one comes in low, we get close to that. If we do, that's going to be a really optimistic sign, though. Hey, what's up, Robert? All right, guys. All right, guys. So yeah, Nvidia at 398. I think that's been dragging the market up. You can see the SPY gap it up. It's at 434.20. All right, I'm gonna put the music on, guys. I'm sorry. I'm listening to Roddy Rich right now. All right, I'm gonna turn it off. Okay. I'm sorry. But honestly, it's just better. I listen to lo-fi beats all day. Um, Sometimes I just kind of want to put some other stuff in. Uh, let me fix this. Historically, stocks follow inflation. That means CPI will be high. Hey everyone, it's that time of the month. I'm leaning towards shorting Bitcoin today. Hey, good luck, bro. What's up, Rock? Good morning. You think it's room to climb more? I think it's all right. I think it's got room. But it doesn't necessarily mean it will. Oh, it's not going down to 2.8 at all. I'm just stating that trueflation is showing. Okay, gotcha. Yeah. Thoughts on Palantir and SoFi? I think AI run. It depends on how extended AI stocks are, but it depends on what. I think they're moving on sympathy with other AI stocks. So I think like the big one you want to watch is Nvidia for those, because I think Nvidia moves and that pushes the other ones. Um, but I don't know. Yeah, good morning, John and Chad. Much respect. Hey, thank you, man. All right, guys. So today, inflation. Tomorrow we got the rate hike decision too, and then tomorrow we also have PPI. So tomorrow PPI rate hike. Today CPI inflation. Thursday retail sales jobless claims. Just a lot of stuff going on. It's kind of funny. It's like, dude, everybody wants to cover this data now. Everybody's trying to cover the same data. It's just like, what happened? Y'all weren't covering this stuff 2 months ago. You know. All right, guys. SoFi. Wait, Game of Thrones. Why is Game of Thrones trending, dude? Did they announce a release date? 12 years ago today on Game of Thrones, Ned Stark met his demise. Honestly, I got excited, bro. I thought they were gonna put out a release date for the new one. House of Dragons. People hated on it, but it was good. All right, guys. So again, Oracle at 121.50, still holding really well. Pushed up a lot. Nvidia dipping down a little bit at 182. All right, guys. So added a short on Target and Bud, still long on Baba. I watched a little Game of Thrones last night, dude. The old one is good, dude, but the new one is really good, man. Like I am much more into the new one than I was ever into the old one. I can't, actually, that's a lie. Whenever the Ice Dragons came out, I was pretty into it, but still, they were good. Yeah, I own some crypto. Needham reiterates buy on Coinbase. How's Coinbase doing despite all the craziness going on today? I know they're getting some like fight backs, but Coinbase is still down a lot. It's still a really vulnerable position, I think, with all the stuff going on. Bitcoin currently at 26.2 or so, 26.2. So I mean, again, I'm skeptical, and I like crypto, but I think there's risks right now. All right, guys. All right, guys. Again, inflation data today. One of the biggest days of market activity, to be honest. What? Okay. All right, guys. What? Okay. All right. All right, guys. So inflation data coming in today, and I'm really curious to see because like the next couple of weeks are going to be big economic weeks. So the next couple of weeks are going to be big economic weeks. and I'm excited about it, man. It's always good for my channel, like when we have all this stuff going on. All right, guys, and again, all right, guys. So yeah, sorry, I'm signing up for something right now. But yeah, so Apple pulling back on skepticism. Oracle, we still got 2 hours here. SPY dipping down. Let's see if we get a little dip buy here. I can't actually trade yet, but I'm curious to see if we'll be able to get some dip buys when we can open up trade in about 30 minutes or so. Doesn't this run in the queue seem a little unprecedented? In what way, John? Explain that. Good morning, John. Keep up the great stream. I'm starting phase 2. Hey, good luck on Island. I think V is a good long-term one since credit card debt is almost $1 trillion. Maybe. There it is. All right, guys. All right, guys. So yeah. Oh crap. Sorry. But man, how about when do you guys think crypto is gonna do here? Like, I guess what the question is, what does crypto do during all the craziness? You know, what does crypto do? We're gonna do a poll here as well. CPI will come in at 4.1%. What's up, Stefan? What's up, Bozzy? What's up? Yeah, so looking at the queue here, let's take a look here. So here's Apple. There's Oracle in the middle here. That kind of helped markets, I think, a little bit in pre-market today. The queue is doing what markets do, which is rip up big and then pull back some. I think V is a good long-term one. Visa? Yeah, I mean, I think long-term it'll probably be fine. The only problem is like it's hard to get that momentum. Like they're pretty stagnant. They're pretty flat, I guess is the best way to put it. What's up, Leslie? Um, of course, CPI may go, maybe no down. My friend told me last night Robin has 24-hour trading. Any details yet? Let me see. Okay, well, let me look this up. So yeah, so you can trade certain ETFs on Robinhood even when markets are closed. I mean, again, this is sensationalizing it, okay? Because like I want you to understand something. The SPY is 24/7 too. Like, look. So like this goes all the way until 12 o'clock. You can look right here. All right, so look at the time right here on the SPY, right? Like you can trade this thing until 12 a.m., 1 a.m., 2 a.m. Like you could watch the S&P 500 move on the SPY. And so like them acting like, oh, well, we're giving you the capability to trade 24 hours. It's like, yeah, but so is TD Ameritrade, so is E-Trade, I think. All right. So it's not like it's some groundbreaking thing. Like they're just kind of catching up to the rest of the better platforms that are out there, to be honest. Um, you know, so I mean, like that's cool. Like, let's see if they have any other stocks. See if where's their list for 24-hour trading. But it's not like some crazy thing. I mean, again, people that don't understand that you can do it on TOS already, they're gonna be like, wow. But all right, so here's the 24-hour market list. My guess is it's gonna include. Oh, they don't even let me look at it. My guess is it's gonna include futures. Maybe I'm wrong here. So they say trade these stocks with limit orders 24 hours a day. They're saying Apple. How are they going to trade Apple 24/7 though? I guess it's the question. 5, 6, 7. Yeah, so Apple opens up at 3 a.m. So what are they going to let you do? They're going to let you trade it. Somebody explain this to me. "24-hour volume. Overnight volume shows the number of shares traded overnight hours from 7 to 3. All right, where's number one? I need a freaking candlestick chart. These line charts are just getting ridiculous. Let me mess with this. Chart settings. Oh, I do not want. Dude, somebody. Oh. Okay, there's the candlestick chart. So I guess you can trade it, which is weird, man. So they're letting you trade Apple overnight. So they're treating it kind of like a futures contract or Forex, which is just strange. They make their own exchange with different rules, but they will have terrible volume. Yeah, exactly. Like their volume is going to be crap. The reason I ask, I checked my overnight account and it's showing I'm up 1,000 on Oracle. Yeah, there's only 30 cents difference between where I bought it and where it's at right now. I'm trying to. Sometimes when liquidity's low, Stuart, sometimes when liquidity's low, like you get kind of weird numbers. I doubt you're really up 1,000 unless you have the right amount of shares there. Who is? Wait, maybe I'm just like spoiled, but people are on Twitter acting like $125 a night for a hotel is expensive. That's not expensive. Oh no, okay, they're saying the opposite. They're saying this guy says he makes 1.1 million a month, but he stays at $125 a night Hyatt place. Yeah, I mean, these guys are just full of crap, dude. Dang, dude. Twitter savage sometimes. What do you guys think about the Apple Vision Pro? I don't think they're gonna sell that well. I mean, I'd take that back. I think they're gonna do okay. Does buy limit and sell limit work perfectly in CPI news? I mean, you could do it, but like the volatility might be kind of sketchy for limit orders. But I mean, I guess you have to use limit order. Getting fired from SEC? No, he's not going to get fired. Like that's just the other side being dramatic, to be honest. I mean, they're not being dramatic. I know crypto freaking hates Gary G right now, but he's not gonna get fired. Yeah, CPI. I don't know what we're gonna get. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, but you should only be up $60 then, Stuart, if you have 200 shares and you're up 30 cents a share. Oh, it might be just TD Ameritrade. What's up? Somebody says, "Sir, please answer me. Please tell me anybody has buy limit." I just answered you. I don't know. I think it's risky. That's what what I'll say. I'll say this after listening to the report last night. Oracle, I almost want to hold on to my 200 shares. Yeah, but Stuart, earning reports are freaking fluff, dude. So like they're gonna pump up the companies. I'm not saying I dislike Oracle. I don't dislike Oracle. I think Oracle's dope. But but yeah. But I would just be careful because the earnings reports are used to kind of fluff up stuff. Energy prices fallen, raw materials, fuel will be lower. Yeah. I'm ready for this, dude. I'm ready. CPI reports at 8:30. All right, so we get CPI report at 8:30 today. Expectations for JP Morgan are for 4.2%. 0.2%. Will we come in higher or lower? Everybody else basically has expected numbers under that, but still. Apple dropping because they got downgraded. I live in Denmark, one of the most expensive states to live in. Most expensive countries to live in, sorry. Yeah, I mean, I think people need to understand, like, the U.S. is very expensive, too, in some places. Like, I'm in Texas, right? So, for $1 million in Texas, I can get a very nice home, like a mansion, basically, like 5,000-6,000 square foot, beautiful house, big neighborhood, like all that stuff, right? For a little over $1 million, you know? And I'm not saying I live in one of those houses. You know, I wouldn't tell you guys if I did. And I'm not saying I live in one of those houses. But what I'm saying is in Texas, you can get a mini mansion for, a little bit over $1 million. And so, but that's in Texas, right? You go to California, but you buy a house the same price, you're going to get a little shack. It's going to be a little bitty tiny house, with no backyard for $1 million. You want a real house in Cali, you're going to need millions and millions of dollars. But there's some pros and cons. I mean, I think the way you got to look at it is like, okay, well, if appreciation happens, then in Cali, you're going to make more over the long run in terms of appreciation for stuff like that. But, I think there's also risks because I think, but the point is like there's a huge discrepancy. So 2 teenagers were arrested for damaging the Sam Sand sculpture at the Royal Hawaiian. Honestly, they should be arrested, dude. All right, guys. Apple still dipping down. SPY did pop up a little bit. I can't actually open up my trading until 8 a.m. or 7 a.m. I'm sorry. All right, guys. Again, the SPY at 434s. I pay 25% buyer's tax. Ooh, that's terrible. Yeah, property tax here is like 3% though, dude. So like to put it into perspective, if you own $1 million home in Texas, you're paying like $20,000 to $25,000 a year in property tax. So don't ask me how I know, but if you own $1 million home in Texas, you're paying $20K plus a year in property tax, at least in Texas. Now there's no state income tax, and that's good, but cost almost an average person's salary just in taxes if you own $1 million home. Don't even get me started if it's like a $2, $3, $4 million home. You're paying $100K a year in property tax. Yeah, 10% is freaking crazy. The news is at 8:30. The news is at 8:30. Yeah, that's crazy. Notorious. Georgia's even cheaper. I could not imagine living in Cali. Oh, you got to understand it. Okay, it's almost its own economy. Like people hate on Cali, and I get it. I understand the hate. I do. But like, you got to really think about it like this. Okay, you make 200,000 in Texas. You're living like a king over here, dude. You make 300,000 here in Texas, man. You are gonna be making more money than a large majority of people here in Texas. You make $200,000, $300,000 in Cali, and you're just a normal dude. You're just a normal person. It's not an obscene amount of money in Cali. So like, yes, homes are more expensive in California, but you also get paid more on average living there. Like the average salary in Cali, I mean, it's less than 200K, I think, but it's closer up there. Average salary in California is technically 1,111 or 1,011, $111,000 a year is the average salary in Cali. But the median salary is actually what you want to look at, and it is 78,000. Okay, so it's not actually as high. Average is skewed because you're going to have some people that make way more than that. And so the average salary is skewed, but 79,000 will round up is the median household income in Cali. So it's not that high, to be honest. Now you put that, it's still much higher than if you look at like the median salary in Texas, about 50K a year. So I mean, it's about 70% higher in Cali. So I mean, I guess the point is like the price of living is compensated by the average salary increase. Yeah, but that's everywhere though, financial, you know. Again, I live in Houston, and that's everywhere here too. Hey, what's up, Ed? You're in 4,300. That's pretty good. I mean, that's not bad. Hey, what's up, Corey? There's pros and cons, man. You know, there really is pros and cons to everything in life. Bro, I'm excited today, dude. Yeah, I live near Sacramento. Moving to the Dakotas. Honestly, you know where I like, dude? You know where I genuinely enjoy living? Michigan. Like, yeah, not Detroit, of course. But like small town Michigan is just nice. You know, it's just nice. It's a perfect mix of like, you know, again, I'm very middle ground. People get weird or whatever, but like I'm very middle ground as a person. Like I'm neutral politically. So I'm not super political. I just want to be able to do whatever I want to do. And I think Michigan is a good middle ground of that, where it's like, I believe there's ballot initiatives in Michigan too. Yeah, so in Michigan, there's ballot initiatives, which is like important. Gold up, dollar index fat. Yeah, the dollar index will be important to watch today too. Here's Oracle on the left. The Dixie here. Here's the Dixie. This will be one of the more interesting things to watch here. There's a dollar index stat. One of 330s here. One of 330s. What's up, Pawn? I live in West Michigan. The cost of living is decent. Yeah, and it's just nice, dude. Like it's a very cathartic thing where it's like driving by farms. You know, Michigan's just nice, dude. The Midwest is really nice. Like you go to Michigan, you see like farms, like the people are nice. You know, the Midwest, you know, beautiful area, a lot of farms, good people. Like I like Michigan. Yes, the timers for CPI. CPI drops at 8:30 Eastern Standard Time. Again, expectations are anywhere between 4% and 4.2%. CPI would be 3.8%. I hope you're right, dude. I really do. I genuinely hope you're right. All right, guys. So yeah, Apple at 183 is almost 184s. Are we getting pumping before the announcement? I don't know. Market's dipping down a little bit here. So like market was up to 435s, fell all the way back down to 434s. Basically, right now the dollar index has been pushing up a little bit ahead of this. Apple's still down on the day. We can look at like Tesla. There's Tesla. So Tesla gapping up in pre as well. Sub 4%. I don't know, man. 4.5% hustle. We'll see, dude. I really think they're going to raise rates now tomorrow. They're not. They're not going to raise. I'm pretty sure. They might. I don't know. Like anything could happen, but it's 80-20 right now. Unless CPI comes in like, if CPI comes in really high relative to expectations, like expected is like 4.1% right now, 4.2%. If CPI comes at like 4.8, 4.7, then maybe it'll pivot to potentially expecting a rate hike. But for now, it's pretty low probability. It's under 25% chance that they're going to raise rates tomorrow. So that's the thing. Is like it's pretty unlikely. It's pretty unlikely. Hey guys, inflation data, man. All right, guys. So again, I'm ready, dude. I'm gonna do a poll here on Twitter. I'm ready, man. Y'all do me a favor, bump that like button if you haven't already, guys. Bump that like button. I'd love to have over 400 people here before the 7 a.m. bell. I'd love to have it earlier than expected, more. All right, guys. CPI inflation data is expected at 4.1%. The previous one was 4.9%. So it actually is a pretty big jump down from the last one. A lot of people are expecting this to come in under expectations because, like, a lot of people think the drop off for the yearly number is big. And so they think it's going to come in lower than expected. I've heard this from a couple different people. Again, I don't know. All right, guys, we got our tweet here. Do me a favor, guys. Give me a follow on Twitter and like my tweet. Vote on my tweet. All you got to do is vote on this tweet. And it helps grow the channel. All you got to do is click the vote button. We got 300 plus people here. All you got to do is vote on this little tweet here. Give your boy a follow if you haven't already. JP Morgan's not insolvent. They're the strongest bank in the world, dude. Bitcoin to 20K. I don't know, man. We'll see, dude. I think anything can happen. However, positive CPI numbers and interest news. Yeah, I don't know. I want to switch, but only buying if CPI comes good, and I'll make 400 on trades. Hey, good luck, dude. What's up, Antonio? I'm ready, dude. Let's see if we get anything good, dude. I'm excited. Never had a Twitter account. 4.4% due to the CPI numbers. It basically has to be a flat number to come in at 4% because it went up by 0.9% in May of 22. Yeah, but flat is certainly possible. I mean, I don't know if it's going to happen, but it's definitely possible. Hey, my guy Jason, thank you, bro. Appreciate the support, dude. Oh, man, I'm ready. All right, I got to block the bots. So the Bank of China issues 28 million in digital structured notes on ETH blockchain. Bro, how many conspiracy theories are people going to throw out there for AMC, dude? Now the newest allegation is that the CEO, Adam Aron, is working to try to bankrupt AMC to help shorts by branding its own popcorn and selling out the shelves. Like, dude, AMC traders are so emotional, man. They're just kind of telling, like, listen, think about it like this. All right, like, truly think about it objectively. If you're a social media influencer and you can mention one specific stock and put out crazy conspiracy theories and gain a massive following by doing so, even if you know deep down inside, like, none of this crap's true, right? Even if you know it's not true. Are you going to do it? A lot of people do. Like, how many AMC conspiracy theories have we heard in the last 4 years? Genuine question. Hey, my guy, Philip, my guy, dude, you've got a solid head on your shoulders, John. Thank you, Philip, my guy, man. Thank you so much, dude. I appreciate it. I don't know how much that is. What kind of money is this? Hold on, dude. SEK. Hey, thank you, bro. I appreciate the donation, dude. Swedish krona. Thank you, my guy. I appreciate it, Philip. Kathy Wood needs to be flat to come in at 4% or just up 1.1% to be 4.1%. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, this will be fun, man. Again, I had bots send me stuff on Twitter. So again, if you haven't already, give your boy a follow on Twitter. Vote on the poll. All you got to do is vote. We got 370 people here. Vote on this poll right here. If it's 6.2%, you think only crypto will suffer? 6.2%. What does it say? 6.2%. Did I do an error? Looks like I might have. 4.2%. 4.2%. 4.2%. No, it's not 6.2. It's 4.2. 6.2 is way too hot, dude. Yeah, all good. What do you guys think of SoFi here? I'm thinking of getting off the ride. I mean, SoFi, it's actually had a really profitable year. I don't know enough about SoFi to really say whether it's justifiable or not to hold. I really don't know enough about it. I've been skeptical of it historically, but at the same time, the last year is actually very strong in terms of charting. Uh, but the long-term chart's crap, But like the last 90 days, this thing's been on a huge run. I mean, it's up over 100%, and so in that regard, I don't know. Generally, if I'm up over 100% in anything in the stock market, I am taking profit. Now, I might hold on to a small piece of it in case it continues to run, but I'm usually taking a majority of the position off and then just holding on to like 20% of the original trade in case it does a crazy move up so I can kind of maximize on more profit. But also, if it drops down in that situation, then it's small. So it's like I'm not giving much back, but I have the chance to make more if it does continue going up. That's something I generally choose to do if I don't want to sell the complete position. If I have FOMO with it, maybe, but like, it's kind of what I do. But hey, what's up, Adam? Happy CPI day, dude. Gary wanted to do 6.2%. Stocks give too little profit. Yeah, I mean, I get it, dude. I mean, I like crypto, but there's risks, to be honest. There's obvious risks. Again, I'll tell you the risks. The risks are very obvious. They go against the banks, man. Cryptos go against banks, and you don't want to take that position. To put it into perspective, and again, I'm not saying there's a causation here, just because there's a correlation. But every historical president that has tried to take us off the private banknote system and put us on a value-based currency, Lincoln did with the greenbacks, JFK did. And so I guess the overall point I'm trying to make is that sometimes it's risky to go against banks, and crypto is certainly going against banks. And so I like crypto. I made a bunch on crypto in the 2010s, but I think there's vulnerabilities now. And we're doing a crypto show, I think today. We'll do a crypto show today, but the point is just be careful. Diversify is usually a good move. Is a rate pause already baked in? Yes. So a large majority of the market expect a pause at this point in time. And so 80% of the market expects a skip or a pause or whatever you want to call it. 20% think we're going to raise rates. Bulgaria could be one of the richest countries in the world with Bitcoin. That is due to it owning 213K. That's a lot. Yeah, I don't know, man. I think FTX is trying to save face. I'm not putting my money in FTX. If you spam again, I'm going to ban you. Abin. Either way. Yeah, I don't know if it's going to be hawkish or not. I think it depends. If they skip, it's going to probably cause positive reactions in markets. Apple actually bounced it all the way back up here. Look at Apple rip. Dollar index is moving up too with us. Here's Apple. Apple up to 183s basically here. 183s. I mean, I don't know. It's pretty close to the same thing that I have. I can refresh. Right now I'm showing 79.2. And now I'm showing 76.9. So yeah, I just refreshed it. So we're still about 75.25 though. It's still pretty unlikely it's still raising rates is pretty unlikely. And I honestly, to be completely real, I disagree with this. I think we should raise rates. I know we're going to have a lot of people that disagree with me. I think we should raise rates, to be honest here. I think we should raise rates. Because I think by raising rates, ultimately, oh no, it's the Mortal Kombat sign. I think inflation, I think the market looks resilient. I think recession is very unlikely. And I think we should focus our efforts on inflation reduction over recession fears. In my opinion, I think recession looks unlikely. Market's doing pretty strong. I think it should only be 25 basis points. I don't think we should go over that, but I think we should raise rates. And so I don't know. Many predicted Bitcoin. Yeah. He's going to be very hawkish in his press conference. Maybe. I don't know. What I will say this. I'll say this. All right. And I'm just going to help you guys understand that my bias here is that anytime I hear anybody acting like it's a for sure thing in terms of outcome, in terms of what Powell says, as well as the outcome of CPI, I usually think they know the least in the market, because I think most people, and no offense to anybody here, I'm not talking about anybody in particular here, but what I'm saying is that nobody knows what we're going to do. Nobody knows Powell's tone, what Powell's tone is going to be. Nobody knows whether, 100% certainty whether we're going to raise rates or not. Nobody knows what CPI is going to come in at. And so historically in my channel, the people who have been the most sure about one specific outcome are usually the most wrong. So again, I don't know what we're going to do. In the end, nobody else does either. Anybody that claims to is usually, overestimating the likelihood of certain things. And again, maybe we do. Just understand, guys, nobody knows. I guess the point is, like, I don't want my chat to influence somebody to take a bunch of risky positions ahead of this stuff, because nobody knows what CPI is going to come in as. JP Morgan, the way I'm looking at CPI is like JP Morgan is expecting a little bit higher expectation than the rest of the banks. They're at 4.2% for their expectation for CPI year over year today, and that'll be interesting to see who's right there, whether it's JP Morgan, which is one of the biggest banks in the world, of course, or whether the other banks are right. In the end, it'll be interesting to watch, and we'll see what happens. I agree with you, John. We should raise rates. Yeah, for sure, Nicole, 100%. I mean, again, I think we need to combat inflation right now. I think we're well above targets in terms of CPI and inflation data. And I think that, I think the market looks resilient from a recession. I understand some of the small regional banks are worried, and people are worried about the trickle effect that might have. But yeah, I just think that we need to focus on inflation first and then worry about the market afterwards, especially if the market is looking resilient. I think it's probably something that we should be raising rates. But again, who knows? Hi, sir. What time? 8:30. There might be a timer in the top left. It also might say it right underneath me right here, and also right underneath that, scrolling at the bottom, sir. Yeah, the point I'm trying to make with nobody knows is don't gamble. Has anybody claimed a leak yet? No, not yet, but it's coming. I mean, to be fair, Hustle, and listen, I appreciate you, bro. I appreciate you just being a member of my community, dude. So it's all good. But you were wrong the last couple times about the market crashing or whatever you were saying. And so listen, maybe you're right this time. I don't know. We'll see. It's possible. Yeah, just be careful. Like, you got a lot of experts that people get like newsletters from and stuff, and like a lot of the time those experts are just kind of selling stuff. They're just selling you a dream, Again, I cover all this stuff. I cover it generally every month. We get CPI reports, every rate hike decision cycle, every 6 weeks we cover that. And so again, nobody really knows. They could all speculate. The banks know more than anybody, not, newsletter providers. You know what I mean? Doesn't matter how much they claim to be experts. I don't know. I always find it funny how anybody that's truly an expert at CPI and inflation data and rate hike decisions, they're going to tell you they don't know. They're going to say, hey, I don't know what we're going to get for CPI, because nobody does. Rate hike's a little bit more predictable. It's 3 out of 4 analysts think we're going to pause or skip or whatever you call it. SoFi testing highs again. Yeah, Oracle popped. Interest rates pause looks good, but inflation needs to be controlled. The issue is fixed home mortgage. You pay an extra $200 a month, but also pay $200 a month for inflation. Yeah, mortgages are a bit sketchy lately. Yeah, it did for one. Good for joking. Hey, what's up, Tony? Futures are flat. Well, the whole market's going to be kind of apprehensive ahead of this. We had a pretty good trading session yesterday. We made some money. Maybe we can make it again. And Apple tried Tesla at 251. So your SPY down there. I can trade right now if I wanted to, but I just haven't yet. What's your predictions for CPI? I really don't know what CPI is going to come in at. I really have no idea. Currently, we got about 600 votes already. 51, 52% think we're going to come in higher than expected. 48% think we're going to come in neutrally. The CPI is expected to lower gold down too. Yeah, I mean, gold generally follows markets short term. Probably. I mean, we don't know for sure, but probably. All right, guys. Again, 44% of people on Twitter think it's going to come in high. 33% think low. 22% think as expected. Yeah, but I mean, nobody cries manipulation more than somebody that was wrong about a long-term prediction of the stock market. You know, it's kind of like some of these meme tokens where they're like, yeah, this thing's going to hit 100K, guys. And then it's like, oh, well, it dropped 80%. It's at $3 a share now, $4 a share now. What happened? Oh, manipulation, bro. It would have gone to 100K, but manipulation. It's like, all right, dude. Same thing about this. People are like, yeah, the market's going to crash. The market's going to go down, guys. The market's going to burn, you know, and then it rips up for a year plus. And they're like, whoa, what happened? Oh, well, manipulation. Just admit you're wrong sometimes, guys. Everybody's wrong, you know. You could use manipulation to justify being wrong about anything, but investor has to overcome 3 things today and tomorrow: CPI, Fed, and Jerome comments. Yeah, I mean, 100%. Again, the biggest influence is either going to be today at 8:30 for CPI or tomorrow, not at the rate hike. The rate hike is already going to be pretty well known prior to it, I think. CPI might influence it, but I think the more, one of the more important things is Powell's comments. What Powell says, whether he's hawkish, dovish, whatever. Yeah, and I'm just kind of talking smack because it's fun. Yeah. Yeah, Tony. Hey, I wish Carol would trade. Carol doesn't even care about trading, though. Well, everything's manipulated to a certain degree, but, sometimes people are just wrong about the direction. Again, I'll put it this way, right? Like, this is the reality of like, history, okay? Is that there have been countless times where people overall thought the market was going to crash and didn't, right? It doesn't mean it was manipulation that stopped it. Sometimes they were just wrong. Crashes are incredibly difficult to predict, and I know this to be facts because I've had so many people come to my stream over the last 5 years and be like, yo, the market's going to crash soon. Watch, the market's going to dump today. The market's going to crash. It's going to happen anytime now. The market's going to crash. And they've been saying this for years, right? And since they've said it, they started, again, the market has mostly gone like this the whole time. And so, again, I made a short about it not too long ago, but the movie The Big Short and Michael Burry has everybody wanting to short. They have everybody wanting to bet on this big market crash. Everybody wants to be little clones of Michael Burry and all that stuff. And that's all cool and fine. But understand, like, the biggest edge you'll ever have in the stock market is long-term, the S&P 500 is going to go up. The biggest edge you'll ever have is that the S&P will go up long-term. And so trying to be Michael Burry and betting against broad market ETFs like the S&P or the Q or whatever is a very risky bet, But, people watch The Big Short. They get money signs in their eyes. They want to be like him, and I get it, but Just take your 6 to 12% a year, guys. I love The Big Short too, bro. The Big Short, I'll credit The Big Short. That movie got me involved with trading. I probably would have never started trading or created this channel if it wasn't for The Big Short. Again, I went and saw that movie in theaters, and I had no idea what a short was. You know, like Carol and I were just kind of like, okay, let's go watch it. And we went and saw it in theaters. And you know, like I said, I played like poker and checkers and chess. And then I realized you could do strategy like that and make money doing it. And so then that got me pretty interested in the market. And then here we are years later. But yeah. So I love the movie. I think Michael Burry is a genius too. So I'm not hating on Burry at all. He just over predicts crashes, and that gets a lot of retail traders kind of angry at him. Yeah, The Wolf of Wall Street. Yeah, I mean, The Wolf of Wall Street's funny, Will. Like I've said this before. I actually made a TikTok and a short about this not too long ago. But it's actually really funny because The Wolf of Wall Street was not meant to be an inspiring movie, bro. Like Leonardo DiCaprio came out and said that people like Jordan Belfort were the worst people in the world, that they were just the worst type of people in the world. It was supposed to be like a sad story about how greed can overtake you. You know, like that's what the movie was about. But it's like, it's ironic because, you know, Leo creates this movie about Jordan Belfort, and instead of people being like, man, you know, money can really, you know, cloud your judgment, greed is bad, you know, instead of saying that, everybody's all super inspired by The Wolf of Wall Street. They're like, hey, I want to marry Margot Robbie. I want to drive, you know, a Ferrari. You know, I want to throw crazy parties. And so it's created all these Jordan Belfort clones is what it's created. And the irony is hilarious because, again, Leo did not want that. He hated Jordan Belfort. He thought he was the worst guy ever. And now there's 1,000 million clones of Jordan Belfort out there because of The Wolf of Wall Street. So it's just humorous, I think. Yeah, Wall Street's good. The pump is fake. Market makers know rate hikes are coming. Maybe. Cash open will be up, down. Yeah, we'll see. Jordan Belfort is doing very well now with speeches and self-help. Yeah, I mean, he's turned into a mentor. It's just silly, bro. Like, listen, that's not the dude. Like, anybody could sell. Okay, here's the problem, is that Jordan Belfort's sales tactics is basically lying to people, right? Anybody could sell anything. I could go out there and be like, hey, guys, you know, this is the greatest. If I'm a real estate agent, I can go out there and be like, hey, guys, this is the greatest house of all time ever. You know, top 3 greatest houses ever right now. You know, if you buy this house, you know, money will rain from the sky. If you buy this house, do it now, buy it now. And like, people are, you know, that's a little bit of an exaggeration, but the point is, anybody could lie to people to sell them things, which is what Jordan Belfort did. You know, it's what he did. You can look at The Wolf of Wall Street, like that's what he did. And so, looking at him like he's some great salesman. I'm not saying he's a bad salesman, but I don't think his track record speaks for great salesman. I think it speaks for scam artist, you know. And so people looking at him like a mentor is kind of crazy, you know, I think. But honestly, I don't really follow him that much, so I might be just wrong there. Ibrahim says, hello, sir. What time will data be released? I'm not going to say it's for sure, but it might say it right underneath me over here. Like, it might say it over there. You know, it also might say it at the very bottom scroller of the screen. You should rent a beach house in Lambo and make get rich quick videos. I could, you know. Honestly, I would rather buy a Lambo and just write it off as a marketing expense. You know, like, I don't think I'd rent one. If I had to, I'd probably just buy one and then write it off because I can. But again, a lot of people have told me to do that. I could do that. I could buy a company car. You know, I could buy a Lamborghini or whatever, a Ferrari, and just write it off, you know. And honestly, at this point, I got to pay the government tens of thousands of dollars a year anyway. And so, I could probably do it. I have it because I don't want to mess with the government in that way. Like I don't need a vehicle. Like I work from home on my computer. You know what I mean? Like I don't. How am I going to justify that to the IRS? Like the IRS would look at me and be like, "Really, bro? You know, I'd have to make videos with it, and I don't. I guess I could, and then, trust me, I'd much rather have a Ferrari than pay the government. But you know, again, there's some benefits to paying the government. I talked about it the other day. Like when you pay the government, you have proof of like if I ever want to get funding or loans or whatever, I have proof of what I was making. Um, and so I think there's some pros and cons. Yeah, Tesla. I might get a Tesla. I don't know. If it comes in lower, will the market pump? Probably. We don't know for sure, but probably. Please explain what can happen today. What can happen? I mean, anything could happen right now. Numbers could come in really high and the market could drop dramatically. Numbers could come in really low and the market could rip up. Numbers could come in low and the market could go down. Numbers could come in high and the market could go up. Numbers could come in as expected and it could go up or down. Nobody knows what's going to happen. Any of those things could happen. The more higher probability outcome is that if the numbers come in low, the market could rip up. If the numbers come in high, the market could drop. Those are the more probable outcomes, but yeah. Yeah, ask your accountant, dude. I'm not an accountant, man. Yeah, so I'll ask your accountant, dude. I mean, you get a Lambo, write it off, and then stream from the Lambo. Honestly, I could. I'd be in my garage, but I probably could. Yeah, trade from the Lambo. Hey, that's a good idea, man. Hey, maybe that's coming soon. How much could I get a Lambo for? What about like a 2010 Lambo? Is that thing gonna run me? 126K. That's really not that bad. The problem is how many miles does this thing have? Because like if it's got over 30K, I'm not buying it. The other problem is like the 2010 ones are looking a little. It looks like they're not gonna. Like they're cool, but I feel like they're gonna look pretty outdated in like 5 years. What about 2012? Ones. The 2012 Aventadors look pretty cool. At this point, I might just buy one of the new Corvettes. Anyways, I'm probably not going to do this anyway, because again, Tesla Plaid, R8. How much of the value could you write off? I could write off 100% of it, probably. I mean, I'm not going to, but. Again, Apple at 182.40s, 182.40s. The SPY at 434.20s. Again, SoFi at 961s. Rivian. I feel like I saw a Rivian truck. Is it Rivian that makes the trucks or is it Lucid? See, I get these wrong. No, it was a Rivian. So I actually saw a Rivian driving down the street. And my wife and my daughter were like, hey, what is that? And I was like, that's a Rivian. So I actually saw one of the Rivian trucks driving down the street. Again, Apple at 182s. We still got an hour, guys. Still got 1 hour. John, stick to the soccer cars. Yeah, the new Corvettes are dope, dude. They look so much better because they went supercar with Corvettes. Anything over 6,000 pounds is a total write-off. Lamborghini only weighs about 4,000 pounds, though. So I'd have to get like a G-Wagon, and like, to be honest, I don't need a luxury SUV. I'm not trying to brag, but we already have one. And so I'm not really going to buy another one. It's all right. I'll just pay the government. It's okay. Yeah, they changed the loopholes. Yeah, so SoFi at 960s pumping up. Again, Apple dipped all the way to 182.40s, 182.40s. Tesla at 251.90s. Apple at 182.40s. The SPY still at 434s. We can look at like the Q here. There's the Q. The Q at 361.80s, almost 362s. I'm not going to be specific about what I have for privacy reasons. You know, like I said, man, again, I hope you guys appreciate the fact that, like, listen, the house I live in and the car that, like, you know, the cars that we have here, if I wanted to flex and act like I was just some market guru, rich market guru, you know, that I made all my money from trading and that, you know, buy my trading course, look at my cars, look at my house. I promise you I can make some marketing material in my house or my car if I showed people my house and my cars. And I could sell courses really well doing so and misleading people. But I don't. I'd rather the privacy. I'd rather not show people my house. I'd rather not show people my cars. You know what I mean? Yeah. Do you think AMD's presentation today will be a good push to compete with NVIDIA? Does AMD have earnings today? Does it? No, I don't see anything. All right, so Wednesday, nothing here. ACB, we got Aurora, Lennar, High Tide. Thursday. Yeah, so the market's actually pretty quiet in terms of earnings. What AMD presentation is today? I'm a little bit behind on that. What is it? Chip announcement. Is trading your main source of income? No. Yeah, I see Disney and Target up. That looks good. I'm still in Disney here. We've just been sitting on this one for a while, but we're mostly out of it. I mean, I've ridden it up really nicely. Suspected info on their new chip. Nice. All right, guys. So again, Tesla over 251s at around 252s. You can see it bouncing right at that 200 EMA. We got the SPY at 434s too. Hey, nice stuff. That's dope, man. All right, guys. All right, guys. So again, Q pull it back down. So again, you guys wonder why I watch the 200 EMA and the volume weighted average price really, really closely. The reason I watch them is because they're so influential over price action. Like, look at the what is this? This is the Q. Look at the Q. Look at the 200 EMA and the VWAP right around the same spot. I didn't mean to make this look like a teardrop, but hey, maybe it's meant to be. But like, look, so you can see these two levels: the purple line, volume weighted average price; the yellow line, the 200 EMA. You can kind of see this thing goes up to those levels, pulls back, and then holds really well. The 200 EMA and the volume weighted average price, when they can get really close to each other, then that means there's a lot of potential support and resistance. You can also see the same thing kind of here with the SPY. But like if you keep going back, there's a lot of examples of this. It's not always going to work, of course, but like if we have a pullback and those two levels are pretty close to each other, I'm usually a little bit more likely to be confident in that trade, if that makes sense, you know. All right, guys. All right, guys. So again, you can see the market pulling back a little bit on the Q. We got the SPY here. I was going to buy this dip, but we just didn't end up taking it. I think the dip would have worked if we would have stayed in it too. So UBS says that Apple stock is no longer worth buying. I mean, it's right around the all-time highs. I just think, I think there's risks. You know, I think it's usually like Apple might be really strong, and that's great, but it kind of goes against how I typically trade. You know what I mean? So like Apple might be strong, that's great, but it's a little bit too high. I usually like to look for like dip buys and pullbacks. All right. All right, guys, the Q at 361.50s here. At this point, we got over 600 people here. We still got 54 minutes until the numbers drop, but I'm excited, man. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, dude. I think Apple's going to be good despite any of that stuff long term. Short term is the real argument. Short term is the real argument. Oracle still pushing up, testing the highs here. So look at Oracle. And again, Oracle dropped their numbers yesterday. Here's Oracle. Oracle up to 122s. Got up to almost 123s here on good earnings. Hey, y'all go check out Beach Bum's channel. He's got a great channel over there about swing trading. If you haven't already, check him out. I'll put the link up here for Beach Bum. Go give that man a subscribe. Here's the link. Check it out. Are you saying go bro Bitcoin going to new lows? I don't know. I don't know what Bitcoin's going to do. I'm not saying anything. AMD is going to host its data center today. Isn't there a congressional meeting regarding crypto today, though? Cam was telling me something about that. When it goes lower than expected, please, what happens? We don't know for sure, but the market will probably go up. How many percentages in cash are you? Right now, all the positions I'm holding is only about $5,000 in equity, and this is in about a $45,000, $50,000 account. So you do the math. So I'm about 10% right now.
10% of my equity I'm using. The rest of it is just kind of sitting here. Because again, I mean, you got to understand though, I was in much more positions yesterday. I kind of cut a lot of them because I don't know what the market's going to do today. And I usually try to be risk averse and not take too much positions into CPI because of the unknown there. You know what I mean? And thank you. All right. All right, guys, I'm ready here. Look at the Q dip down. Oracle still pushing up. The SPY starting to dip, and you can look at this previous closing price. Here's the previous close. It's the level at which stocks go from red to green, green to red on the day. You can kind of see those levels here. $19K. I said 10%. 10% of $50,000 is what? One love. I think your math might be off there, bro. Oh, never mind. I'm sorry. You're talking about Bitcoin at 19K. My bad. I'm dumb. Sorry. I thought you were talking about how much in my account. Any thoughts? U.S. lawmakers follow SEC Stabilization Act. I don't think that's going to go through. I think they just don't like Gary G, and I get it, but I don't think it's has any chance of going through. All right, guys. Oracle's still pumping up. Yeah, gotcha. One love. All good, dude. What happens when CPI is lower than expected? Well, we don't know for sure, but generally the market goes up. But again, we don't know for sure what's going to happen here. But generally, if it's lower than expected, the market goes up. If it's higher than expected, market goes down. If it's as expected, then we don't know what the market's going to do, and we can only speculate there. So this dude, I'm looking at Benzinga. This dude bought a chair through Facebook Marketplace for $50. He researched it and found that it was created by renowned Danish designer Fritz Henningsen. Crafted the chair, one of only 50 ever made. He ended up selling it for $85,000. It's pretty good. So Twitter CEO Linda Yaccarino shared one future vision of Twitter today. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, what a deal. What's up, Cal? Yeah, hit the like button, guys. Hit the notification bell. We appreciate it. What's up, Sam? Hoping Palantir's print today. What CPI number is bullish? Anything under 4.2%, 4.1% is probably bullish. We don't know for sure, but anything under, I'll go ahead and say anything under like 4.1 is most likely going to be seen as positive. Gary V hating he missed that one. Yeah, Gary V, man. I mean, listen, dude. Gary V, he's been about he's been about flipping now. Like that's he never shuts up about flipping. He's like, oh, go flip it. I get it, dude. Honestly, I understand completely because okay, here's the reality of it, right? You could go work a corporate job and make 50K a year, or you could go to freaking estate sales. You can go to thrift shops. You can go to Goodwill and Salvation Army and you know, you can go to these thrift stores and all this stuff, and you can buy stuff and sell it and make more than you would. The only problem though is like people tend to overestimate. Okay, people tend to exaggerate their sales a lot of the time. Like, okay, here's an example. It's like drop shipping, right? You look up drop shipping. Oh man, bunch of gurus, bunch of Lambos, bunch of nonsense. Everybody's making all this money drop shipping. They're like, look at me. I got started drop shipping last year. Now I'm making $10,000 a month drop shipping stuff. And it's like, but are you really making 10K or are you just doing 10,000 in sales? Like, listen, I'm not saying 10,000 in sales is something to scoff at, but you got to understand margins there. Margins when you're drop shipping are usually like what, like 15%. And so you're not making 10K a month. You're making 1,500, you know, and now you're acting like you're a guru and you're selling your course on drop shipping so you can kind of talk people into paying you more. Like that's all it really is. And so margins matter. Like doing a specific amount in sales is not the same thing as earning net that specific amount of money. But again, in those circles, it's really exaggerated. Now, I believe you can make some money. Oracle just broke highs. Guys, look at Oracle. Oracle just broke highs. I believe you can make money flipping if you do it right. I think the best thing to do it was with books, Pokemon cards, and stuff like that. Look at Oracle rip. Oracle flying up right now. Wow, Oracle up to 123.30s. 123.30. SPY still heading down though. Here's the Q. Here's Tesla. But yeah, Oracle popping up even more at 123.30s. Let's look at Nvidia. Let's look at AI. Palantir. Palantir's gapping up really strong. Here's the Q. Oracle's still making moves. No way inflation is down. Yeah, I don't know. Nobody knows. Again, remember, this is for last month. This is for the month of May. So remember, this is for the month of May. Where can I watch CPI? You can watch it right here, dude. We're going to cover all of it right here. I don't know about that, L, about the US 30. I'm not sure what you should do there. Can you trade the US 30 on Top Step? And y'all check out Top Step. Top Step funded account program for futures. It really is the easiest way to day trade these economic releases without a huge barrier of entry. Like Top Step, what they do is they give you a demo and they test your skill in futures. And there's no PDT in futures. You can trade the S&P 500. You can trade the NASDAQ. I don't know about the US 30. I don't think you can. But you can trade the NQ, which is basically the same thing. So you can day trade these things with no PDT or in futures. A lot of day traders try to day trade penny stocks or try to day trade cash accounts. Like, you don't want to do any of that. Like, you want to day trade actively without worry about it. And like day trading futures, you can see here, I can buy market, buy bid, sell the ask, just like stocks. I can trade this economic data by trading like the SPY in futures, which is what's called the E-mini. It's ESU3 currently is the symbol for that. And again, this is the S&P 500 right here. If you look at the SPY on the right, and you look at this in the middle, this actually has more liquidity, but it's the same thing. And you can day trade it in futures, no PDT restrictions. Top Step, what they do is they give you a demo. The base one's 50K, so they give you a 50K demo. If you can hit 3K in profit on that demo without losing 2K total and pass their phases and tests, then they fund you 50 grand with a 90% split, and you can keep your first $10,000 as well. So just a lot of benefits of using it. They got free funding coaches, all that stuff, and the price is very cheap. It's less than $140 a month. So it's very cheap. If you lose, it's not the end of the world. It's less than $140. You can also reset it for 100. If you want to keep pushing until you pass the testing, you can reset it for 100 as well. But if you pass it, again, you keep 90%. So it's the best of both worlds. And it really is it does build your skill, teaches you how to trade. If you want to check it out, here is the link. Again, great way to help support your boy here. Our sponsor, I'm biased in their favor, of course. Check out the link right there. They're not going to let you lose the whole 50K. They're going to have a risk level, a max loss. So, like, they're not going to let you lose that much. And understandably so. I mean, and nobody would. AMD event could be huge for AI. Is it really that hyped up? Is the A event really that big today? Like, I could cover it, but is it really that big? Is it justifiable to cover? I think UK data is at 10%. We are looking for 4.2% worlds apart. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. You got to look at like the whole countries. Look at the GDP. 23.3 trillion in 2021 for the US. Okay, so yeah, just to put this into perspective, the UK has only about 3 trillion GDP. Now we can look at Europe GDP. Europe GDP is estimated to be around 16 trillion in 2022. So Europe has a much larger GDP. And so in that regard, I would assume it's more relevant regarding, inflation parallels and stuff like that. But again, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong there. What about U.S. oil? So USO is the symbol for U.S. oil. It's at 61.20s. Oil seems to be up today. Exxon gapping up, Chevron gapping up, U.S. oil gapping up. So everything seems to be gapping up in oil today. AMD only real competitor to NVIDIA. Trueflation. I don't know. It's not CPI days that ends this evening, but hey, what's up, Douglas? Let me check out the AMD event today. Maybe we could cover it. Yeah, where's the event news? June 6th is the Bank of America. Upcoming AI artificial intelligence event. So yeah, the AI event is today. They also had a Salesforce event yesterday. So it's at 10 o'clock PT, which is okay. So it's at noon today. So the AI event for AMD is at noon today. I don't know, man. We'll see, dude. We'll see if we cover it or not. Yeah, so again, it's actually very likely that we're going to pause or skip. Well, France GDP. France is only about 2.95 trillion. So France is lower than the UK in terms of GDP. The US, to put it into perspective, so we're going to just round this to 3 because it's 2.9 trillion. The US GDP is about 23 trillion. So, we do about 8 times France's GDP. Welcome to paradise. Green Day. I used to listen to Green Day back in the day. Tesla's a beast. Bro says only a 3 trillion. Yeah, but I mean, in terms of like relative to other countries is what I'm looking at. Like US 23 trillion. UK about 3.5 trillion. France 2.9 trillion. Will dollar index drop or pump? It depends on what happens. If the market comes in, if CPI comes in low, the dollar index will probably drop. If CPI comes in hot, the dollar index will probably rip up, is my guess here. But we don't know for sure. All right, guys, to CPI day today. I'm super excited. We'll see what we get. Anything good? Again, I'm excited to see if we get anything good today. Yeah, I mean, again, I think at this point in time, the likelihood of a skip is very high. It's at like 75 to 80% right now. Right now, it's at 74.6%. But again, if CPI comes in hot, I think this is gonna fluctuate, of course, and this is gonna change. Well, up or down for dollar index. Again, it depends on CPI. If CPI comes in high, dollar index will go up. If CPI comes in low, dollar index will go down. There's going to be a positive correlation with the Dixie and CPI results. And again, we'll see. I'm ready. Again, SPY at 434s. Again, the Q at 261.20s. Remember the previous had the electric car meeting and didn't invite your expectations. I really don't know what we're going to get today, man. I hope we come in low. But again, nobody knows for sure. But I hope we come in light. I hope we come in low. I hope the numbers are down relative to expectations. Hey, thank you, Angel, for retweeting everything. Appreciate that, brother. Again, y'all vote on my Twitter poll right here. Again, just voting helps the channel. We got 800 plus people here. Again, give your boy a follow. Just click follow on Twitter. We cover all the major stuff. We cover all the big stuff that drop. We do daily polls on Twitter. So if you want just a cool place to engage on some stuff on Twitter about the stock market, futures, Forex, subscribe to our Twitter account. Again, vote on that poll. Let us know what you guys think. Again, Q's still dropping. Oracle's still ripping up. SPY out at 434s. AMD will be really interesting because AMD is just super extended on the upside. It's at 131.50s right now. The PE ratio is super high. If CPI comes low, what do you think about GBP? There's a way for me to play other music on my stream. I don't know if you guys realize this. There's a way for me to play other music on my stream. I'm curious to see what we get. Let me see. There's a YouTube music. Yeah, there's creator music. But like what I found is that almost none of them let me play. None of them. None of them let you stream anything. Stuff's already priced in, maybe. Yeah, looking at our poll numbers here. 50-50 split. We got about 1,200 people think higher. Or we got about 600, we got about 600 people think higher, 600 people think lower here. We're completely split down the middle. If we look at our Twitter poll, it's a little bit less split here. So our Twitter poll is showing 46% think higher, 32% think lower, and 22% think as expected here. Yeah, but the market's not in a recession, Amir. You know, who's calling it a recession? Like, again, we go through this like every day, but like, what is your justification for saying we're in a recession, bro? Because we're not. The market's flying up. Again, GDP's not losing quarter over quarter. You need 2 consecutive losing quarters to be in a recession. If this is a recession, this is one of the best performing recessions we've ever had. you know, uh, I think people just sensationalize it. They hear the news or whatever, tell them one thing, and they don't really understand it, so they just kind of copy what the news says. But like, we're not in a recession, man. Yeah, they have changed the definition, but even by the old definition, we're not in one, Alan. The other thing is we haven't met the employment numbers to justify recession. Yeah, I mean, I think we had two losing GDP quarters like a year and a half ago, or whenever it was. But the latest GDP numbers weren't terrible. I think they were still positive. Yeah, I mean, I think people are losing it again, and you got to understand, like 8 months ago, a year ago, people were telling me a crash was imminent. They were saying an imminent crash was going to happen. The crash is imminent. And I told them the same thing I'm telling you guys now, which is that nobody knows when we're going to crash. In fact, one of the common denominators of when we do crash is that nobody really knows. And so the fact that we had a bunch of people saying we were going to crash 8 months to a year ago made me think we weren't going to crash, because generally you don't have that many people that are actually right about crash predictions. And so like the market has not crashed. I think people get biased politically, and that makes them want to see one specific party fail or do good. And again, I'm not saying I want or don't want any of that stuff. I'm very neutral politically. But what I'll say is that it makes people overestimate the likelihood of crashes. It makes people overestimate the likelihood of like brutal recessions. Like the market's pretty strong right now. The market's pretty strong. Like we had some bank woes months and months ago, but that subsided pretty quickly. The market's been pushing up a lot. It's not just a few select stocks. It's like you look at Walmart's green on the year. You look at Apple's green on the year. Microsoft's green on the year. Nvidia's very green. AMD's very green. So like sure, the rest of this, we got a lot of break-even stocks to it. So my point is that it's not just a few stocks. Like the market's doing okay. If this is a recession, it's the best performing recession I've seen. CPI data comes out at 8:30. Well, I mean, I think Douglas says maybe, but is recession based on top few percentage stocks holding up the market, or based on the street businesses doing well? I think it's more nuanced than that. I think like commercial real estate is struggling, and the reason it's struggling is because people don't use commercial anymore. Like again, one thing that 2020 changed fundamentally in terms of work is that people stopped needing to go to work. I think businesses realized they didn't need to rent out super expensive rent warehouses and put a bunch of people in them for call centers and stuff like that, and that it's actually much more efficient and effective to just let people work at home. They still get the same amount of work done, with a few exceptions. There's outliers, of course, like Elon wants people to show up or whatever, but there's always outliers. But my point is, I think 2020 fundamentally changed how people are going to work, and remote work is becoming more and more common, more and more more and more seen, more and more common. And so I think commercial real estate in that regard is going to correct a little bit. I think people don't need commercial buildings as much anymore, and so I think that's something that's just a natural consequence of technological evolution. As technology evolves, people are going to need to rent commercial real estate less. Just read the other day Google was calling me. Yeah, maybe. I believe people fail to realize it's large institutions providing liquidity. If there was fear in the markets, we wouldn't be having this run. Yeah, 100%. If this is a recession, can we have another one soon? Yeah, but inflation doesn't mean a recession. a mayor. Like you're getting recession mixed. In fact, you're backwards a mayor in terms of your view on things, brother. Okay, so like recession fears are the opposite of that, right? Inflation fears means prices are too high because businesses are doing too well, you know. um, and so I guess the point I'm trying to make is inflation. There's a balancing act between inflation and a recession. You know what I mean? So like, okay, with these rate hikes, there's a balancing act where people fear inflation versus a recession, and they're opposites to each other. Inflation means prices are too high. Recession means businesses are struggling, and they're opposites. And so, like, the higher inflation is, the more likely the Fed will raise rates and try to push the market down. You know, the better inflation is, or the less inflation or the less recession fears we have, the more likely the Fed's going to raise rates. You know, so it's a balancing act, is my point. But inflation doesn't mean recession. In fact, it's the opposite, is my point here. CPI comes out in about 26 minutes. Again, we will cover. Make sure you hit the live button next to the play button as well. Do you think we've already seen the effects of rising rates? I think we've seen a lot of them. I think the bank failures that we had a couple months ago were due to the rate hikes. At least that's what a lot of the places blamed it on, was the rate hikes for regional banks. I'm playing copyright-free music. It's just free music. Put some other stuff on. Inflation destroys profit line for so many businesses. Yeah, for sure. But again, it's a balancing act. If inflation is really bad, the Fed's more likely to raise rates. If a recession fear is there, the Fed's are going to be less aggressive in their rate hikes. You know what I mean? So, but it's a balancing act. But the point is, we're not in a recession yet. If we were, you'd hear about it a lot more. If rates are raised, is that bullish or bearish in regards to the U.S. dollar? A rate hike will probably make the dollar go up, but that's bad for equities. You know, so like dollars rise. The dollar index generally has an inverse correlation with the market. And so if we put on the middle side here, you can see the S&P on the right. If we put the Dixie here in the middle, it's going to kind of do the opposite. So you can see the SPY is up, the dollar index is down, you know, and that's generally how it acts. So there's a inverse correlation here. Usually it's not 100% like at the time, but it's typical that there's going to be an inverse correlation here. And so again, but again, you can kind of see it's not always that. Just an example, in pre-market, the SPY's gapping up, and pre-market, the dollar index is falling down. And so again, inverse correlation. Most of the time, chill. If the dollar goes up, the market goes down most of the time. It's not always, but it's most of the time. Yeah, I mean, inflation has gone down a lot, and that's what a lot of people don't understand is that, look, I've streamed every major economic release and CPI report over the last year. A year ago, do you guys remember what gas prices were a year ago? Like, seriously, do y'all remember what gas prices were a year ago? They were like $5 a gallon, $6 a gallon in some places. Yeah, sometimes higher than that in some areas. Right now, they're what, 290s, 280s in my part of town. And so inflation has certainly gone down, and we've seen that not only in like our everyday spending, at least on my family. Like, we've seen inflation go down not only in our everyday spending, but also in the metrics. You know, CPI has gone down, PPI has gone down, the PCE, personal consumption expenditure index, has gone down. We've seen inflation go down pretty much universally over the last year relative to what it was before. And so that's just the reality of things. Now, it's still conventionally high. I'm not saying it's not high, but it's certainly gotten better over the last 6 months to a year. No, CPI is not out yet. Yeah, groceries are still expensive for sure. Housing, well, interest rates are high for housing, so that's a different story. Bitcoin to 27K, maybe. Maybe. Not on my side. My gas is not 405. Maybe for premium. Man, gas in my area is 279 as of May 31st. $3. Regular is 270. I mean, 280, 284. Yeah, gas is still 280s, $3 a gallon. Much cheaper than it was a year ago. I'll put it that way. Apple break it over the VWAP here. Apple break it over the volume weighted average price. Looking good. Oh yeah, the Bahamas. I mean, you can always isolate like a really expensive place. Like if I go up to Canada, gas is expensive. If I go up to Michigan, gas is more expensive in Michigan, and up north. That's just kind of how it is. All right, guys. All right, guys. Again, we got a little bounce back in the Dixie. Oracle still pumping up. The SPY bouncing right at that 200 EMA. Again, okay, here's a very common thing I use for trading. A very common thing I use for trading, guys, is I look at three major levels on any specific chart. Three major levels outside of just base support and resistance. Three major levels. All right, the first one is the previous closing price. It's this light blue line right here. And if you look at the previous closing price on any specific chart, it's just a little bit easier to read, gauge, and judge. If you're trading futures, guys, you can look at the SPY. A lot of the time, I don't even look at the futures contract. I literally just look at the SPY if I'm trading the E-mini. But again, you can see the previous closing price right here. It's a very big milestone level that a lot of other traders are watching and paying attention to because it's the red to green level. It's the green to red level, the level in which stocks go from red to green, green to red. And so I always watch that level. I also watch the 200 EMA. Here's the 200 EMA right here. Very relevant level for price action. Again, with moving averages, you got all these different indicators. You got the 9, the 12, the 20, the 25, the EMA, the SMA, and all this different stuff. And so it's hard to find consolidated volume at one specific, moving average. It's hard to find that consolidated volume at those specific levels. And so I try to zoom out heavily with moving averages, and I try to just basically only watch the 200 EMA in terms of moving averages because it is one of the ones that I can have the most consolidated volume to attack it, right? And so when you get pullbacks to levels at which you got a lot of correlation with two specific levels like the 200 EMA and the VWAP, when you get these pullbacks, it's just a lot easier to predict bounces like that. And it's just something that I ingrain in my trading pretty regularly. All right, guys. All right, guys. SPY at 434.20s, 434.20s. Apple at 182.60s. Find trading interesting and fun. Well, yeah, trading's good. I gotta be honest with people. PC numbers were in for April as higher inflation. Well, I mean, people like to isolate like the core or like one specific one, but I think overall the inflation metrics have been lower than expected. Like, again, the point is like you can look at 2 months ago and look at numbers, but again, pretty universally, inflation levels have been lower. And again, I get it, that goes against people that are predicting crashes and predicting doom and gloom and big YouTubers telling people to sell. And I get it, they've been wrong, and so it might be sometimes hard for those big influencers and YouTubers to be like, yo, I was wrong. Listen, I was wrong at Tesla. I thought Tesla was sketchy at $100. And I was wildly wrong, honestly. People in the chat told me, they were like, nah, bro, Tesla's going to do good. And I was wildly wrong. You know, and I think sometimes you got to admit when you're wrong. And I think a lot of these doom and gloom YouTubers do not do that. They refuse to do that. They basically justify like, oh, manipulation. Oh, I would have been right if this and this and this happened. It's kind of like Scooby-Doo, you know. I would have done it if it wasn't for those pesky kids. It's like, dude, don't be quiet. Sometimes you're wrong. And the doom and gloom guys have certainly been wrong over the last 8 months plus. They have certainly been wrong. Not even arguable. They have obviously been wrong. And so, yeah, but Sean, didn't you tell me the market was going to crash 8 months ago? Tell Mrs. Wood at ARC that, hey. Yeah, I'm wrong all the time. It's only AI keeping the market up. Maybe. What about Walmart? Walmart's up. You know? Home Depot's up on the year too. Walmart's up. Home Depot's up. I think those are probably pretty good isolated sectors to look at. And they're up. They're green on the year. It's the Donald Duck song. I know. It's coming in at 8:30. Okay, gotcha, Sean. Yeah, maybe you didn't. I don't know. Speculating, yeah. Yeah, maybe. I mean, I listen, I agree that AI hype has inflated the market. 100% agree. And I do think that a lot of them are due for pullbacks. What the big question mark here, though, with AI, the big question mark is this. How influential will artificial intelligence be overall? It's if it's as influential as they're claiming it will be, it might hold. But again, I guess we're gonna see a lag effect in terms of earnings, right? Because if AI is as influential as they're claiming it to be, then that will reflect eventually in the company's earnings. For Nvidia, for AMD, for Microsoft. That's the big thing to look for moving forward is how much will artificial intelligence influence profit. I mean, I'm going to be trading the NASDAQ 100. I'm going to be trading the Q, the SPY, the NASDAQ 100 futures. Hey, what's up, Shepard? Oh, yeah, new home construction is definitely down. The whole real estate market is down, but the whole real estate market was freaking crazy and obscene in 2021. You know, people waiving appraisals, like putting in cash offers well over list price, waiving appraisals, waiving inspection half the time, like just crazy market. And so we're not going to keep up with that. It's not like the market's just going to keep keeping up with that. And honestly, it's probably for the best that we don't keep up with that because that's unreasonable. It wasn't reasonable back then, and it was unreasonable. You know, it would be unreasonable if it continued to happen. Yeah, Sean, man, listen, dude, again, you got to understand my bias. Telling me you've called every move in the market since January. Again, I've told you this before, but y'all got to understand my bias. People wanting validation on my streams and talking about how great they are and telling me that they're always right. It immediately makes me biased against them. No offense to you, Sean. I hope you're doing well, bro. But again, it really does immediately make me biased against them. Good luck. I hope you make money, dude. It was huge news for Tesla when both GM and Ford agreed to use their charging system. Most likely Tesla charging will become the standard. Yeah, I saw one at the hotel. Hey, thank you, Eggman. I appreciate you, bro. Thank you. What do you think CPI will be? Again, I don't know. I'm going to go with 4.3%. I'm going to go with 4.3%. Again, Apple's starting to turn up. Shaggy. Oh, dude, Shaggy, man. It's been a while, dude. What happened to Shaggy the rapper? Oh, Shaggy was... It wasn't me. Counter? It wasn't me. You know, everybody knows. Anybody that grew up in the 2000s and 90s, y'all know. I'm old. And so some of y'all youngsters might not remember that song, but he was once a rap icon. Shaggy, the GOAT. Anyways, Oracle at 123s right now. SPY at 434s. Your channel lit, G. Keep it up. Hey, thank you. Trotter, I appreciate you, man. Thank you. First time I see a poll 50-50. I know, bro. It honestly shows the sentiment here. Hey, what's up, Liam? Welcome, dude. That was the cheaters' anthem back in the 2000s, and I know. She called me red-handed, short in the SPY at 434. Risky. Just be careful. Don't say it wasn't me after you lose, okay? CPI is expected. JP Morgan is expecting 4.2%. So JP Morgan is expecting 4.2%. The rest of the analysts basically have it anywhere between like 4.1%, 3.9%. But JP Morgan has it at 4.2% expected. Last time it was at 4.9%. And so... I'm just going to scalp until I see some better direction. Hey, good luck. Welcome for Berlin. What's up, Jan? 4.4% inclement. I'm going to go with 4.3%. No, we got about 11 minutes left here. 11 minutes. Previous CPI is 4.9%. The expected is anywhere between... Expected, again, comes down to analysts, right? I get people a lot of the time being like, hey, you're wrong, or hey, you're right. I'm going to put it in sub-only mode as well, guys. So, hey, if you haven't already, hit the sub button. Guys, do it now. Just try it one time. It might feel good. Do it now. But no, it all boils down to the different bank analysts and expectations, right? A large majority of them are expecting around 4.1%, right? So around 4.1%. JP Morgan expecting 4.2%. And again, we'll see. Again, we get thousands of people here for these big reports because we cover the data very quickly, guys. We cover this stuff fast. And so again, if you haven't already subbed, hit the notification bell. We are getting it ready to stream. Again, this is a big week, man. We got the FOMC rate hike decision tomorrow. We got PPI tomorrow. Just a lot of stuff going on today, guys. A lot of stuff going on. And yeah, CPI expected at 4.1% on the month. It's expected at 0.2%. Core CPI expected at 0.4% on the month, 5.3% on the year. Last time it was 5.5%. So core is expected to go down as well. And so again, data's coming soon, guys. Data's coming soon. Be ready. We got about 10 minutes left. 10 minutes left. Again, right now the Fed Watch tool has the expected number at about 74.6 for a pause and about 25.4 for a rate hike. Again, SPY down to 434s. 434s here. We can put up Tesla. Tesla's still green on the day. SPY at 434s. I'm going to put up the dollar index, maybe the Q here on the left. So I'll put the Q up in the left, the dollar index in the middle, and then the SPY. Actually, I'm going to put the SPY in the middle for the S&P basically. And then I'm going to put the Dixie on the right side here. So there's the dollar index. We got about 1,500 people here going on vacation to Ireland today. Hey, good luck, Liam. You sound Irish. Liam's an Irish name. What do you think of GameStop now that RC is running it? I think, again, I talked about it during the GameStop earnings report, but I think that's a great sign. I think that's a great thing for them. I think if he can keep running it, that's good. I think they need a young mind there. I know people hate him for Bed Bath & Beyond, but again, he didn't have any loyalty to Bed Bath & Beyond. He didn't need to have it. All right, what's up, Puppy Nori? Yeah, we'll see. Again, 8 minutes, guys. 8 minutes. About 9 minutes, but that's okay. Where did CPI affect oil price? CPI is not out yet, Wolf Trade. Yeah, well, the busiest time of the market is the fall and winter months. So like the slowest part of the market is August, I think is the slowest month. The busiest is October, November, December, January are the 4 busiest months of market activity. It's because they're winter, Christmas months. Consumerism goes up a lot. Retail sales go up a lot. And that's kind of what happens. But yeah. Again, 4.3% is what I'm going with. Again, 4.3% is what my guess is. And again, I don't know how that's going to affect the market. I think it could do either one. I think it'd be good. It could be good. It could be bad. I really don't know. But 4.3% is what I'm going to go with. All right, guys. Again, we got about 7 minutes left. 7 minutes left. Again, at 434s for the SPY here. Q bouncing back up a little bit. Dollar index dropping short term. I'm going to put a 1 minute chart up. I don't want a 5 minute chart. I want to put a 1 minute chart up so we can watch this a little bit closer here. Again, you can see the Q on the right. You can see the dollar index down here too. Yeah, here's the top link if you want it. The link is right here. CPI pump will pump us. I don't know, man. We'll see. MVIS, man. MVIS was big a couple of years ago. 4.3 is better than expectations. 4.3 is higher than expected, which is worse. This is inflation data. So higher is worse, lower is better. Right? So 4.3% is higher than expected. It's worse than expected. Core inflation is high, but inflation rate is low. We don't know. The market will be unknown, unsure. The market is all about Powell's press conference tomorrow. Yeah, that's the big thing too. Powell's press conference. The rate hike is interesting, but we're probably going to pause or skip as long as inflation doesn't come in crazy high or anything like that. We're probably going to pause or skip. Again, the big tell is going to be tomorrow. Again, what do you guys list right now in the chat? What do you think the inflation rate is going to show up today as? Again, expectations are 4.1%. JP Morgan has it at 4.2%. I'm going to go personally with 4.3% is my guess. Again, but it's purely a guess. I genuinely have no idea what this is going to show up as. But again, chat, what do you guys think the number is going to show up as? We got about 2,000 people here. Give me your number. 4.4, I see, 3.9%, 4.2%, 3.6%. Remember, lower is better. Lower equals lower pricing, lower inflation, which is going to be seen as a positive for markets right now. Lower is better. Higher is worse. Expectations at 4.1%. Core is expected at 0.4%. So again, core is expected at 0.4%. Core CPI year over year is expected at 5.3%. So 5.3%. All right, guys, we got 5 minutes here. 5 minutes before the numbers come out. 5 minutes. Whew, I'm ready. Again, I see some 4.3%. I see 4%, 4.8%, 4.4%, 3.8%, 3.9%. Again, we will cover this data incredibly quick. We got votes. 51% think we're going to come in lower than expected. 49% think we're going to come in higher than expected here, guys. Again, we will see. Yeah, we got about 5 minutes. Also, guys, you want to make sure you hit the live button next to the play button. You know, we get thousands of people that tune into this stream because we cover the data quickly, but you're not going to get it when it comes out if you're not caught up on stream. Okay, so you're not going to get it when it comes out if you're not caught up on stream. And the way you get caught up on stream is you make sure that this red dot is red. If it's gray or white, then you are delayed. Make sure you click the live button. You click this live button right here to make sure you're caught up so you get the data quickly. And again, we are going to drop it very fast when it comes out. Very fast. We got 4 minutes, guys. 4 minutes. Again, so far expectation is 3.1 or 4.1% is what's expected here. 4.1%. The dollar index is moving up a little bit, but it's at 103.30. So the SPY at 434s right now ahead of this report. Again, we got 4 minutes, guys. 4 minutes. Five or higher. Yeah, we'll see. Hey, what's up, Pawn? All right, guys. Again, Q is pushing up. So tech moving up a little bit. The dollar index is moving up. And again, we don't have that long left until the report drops, guys. Not too long left. Hey, shout out to the donation. Michael says expectations are 4.1 to 4.2. At what percentages would the market likely be affected in a positive or negative way, in your opinion? And again, I'm going to preface this with I don't know, number one. But I would say that generally, if we show like if we show over 4.3%, the market's probably going to drop. If we show under 4% or under 4.1%, I think the market's probably going to go up. But I think it's nuanced, and it depends on what core shows up as well, and a lot of other stuff. So it's very nuanced. The timer is for CPI data, which comes out in about 3 minutes, guys. 3 minutes. This is a little bit delayed, but that's okay. Hey, I appreciate the donation. Thank you, man. But again, I don't know for sure. All just guessing here. All just speculating. Yeah, last time it was 4.9%. So again, last time it was 4.9%. All right, guys. SPY moving up ahead of this. The Q is moving up as well. We got 2 minutes, guys. 2 minutes. Yeah, I don't know at 3.9%. We'll see. Yeah, last time was 4.9%. So they're expecting a pretty decent drop here in terms of inflation. 2 minutes, guys. 2 minutes. Dollar index still pushing up. Q still popping up. I was just wondering, why do you call it donation instead of tips? I don't know. I appreciate the donation, though. Everything is moving down, not up. I mean, it depends on the time frame. You know, longer term, everything's moving up. If we zoom in over the last 8 months, everything's moving up as well. All right, guys. A minute and a half. All right, guys. SPY is up there. SPY at 434s. Again, the dollar index is at 103.30s. 103.30s. All right, guys. Be ready. Here, guys. Be ready. Inflation data coming soon, guys. Again, 1 minute, guys. 1 minute. Hit the subscribe button. Hit the notification bell. I appreciate it. The dollar index is pushing up short term. Again, be ready here. But we're also going to look at what the rate hike probabilities are after this report as well. We got 1 minute, team. 1 minute. All right, so this timer's a little bit off. We still got about, we still got less than a minute, about 45 seconds, guys. 45 seconds. Yeah. Yeah, all good, electrical. Drum roll here, guys. Again, 30 seconds. 30 seconds. All right, guys. Dollar index, SPY pushing up a little bit. Q pushing up a little bit. Again, expectations are 4.1%. 4.1%. Here we go. Yep. Market's moving up. All right, here we go. Here comes the report. Here comes the report. Dollar index moving up. All right, here we go, guys. And there's the time. SPY dropping down. CPI just came out at 4%, lower than expected. 4% versus 4.1% expected. Core came in as expected on both metrics on the month and the year. 4% on the year, 0.1%. So lower than expected all the way around, basically. Either lower than expected or as expected all the way around. We came in at 4%. Guys, 4% is what we just showed up as. 4% versus 4.1% expected, and the market is loving this here, flying up right now. It's at 435s. Again, core came in as expected for both metrics for core. 0.4% versus 0.4%, 5.3% versus 5.3%. Regular CPI came in at 4% on the dot, 0.1% on the month. So better than expected on the month, better than expected on the year. And better than expected inflationary data here. The dollar index is doing what we said it would, which is dropping pretty fast here. And the SPY is loving this, of course, but better than expected inflationary data. Inflation data came in better than expected at 4%. 4% versus 4.1% expected. Again, we'll put this up on screen. And again, we cover this quickly, guys, so subscribe because we cover this data fast. You see we cover it quickly. As soon as it drops, we cover it. So yeah, CPI month over month came in at 0.1% versus 0.2% expected. Both core CPI metrics came in as expected. And we're going to put this data up on screen so you can catch it, guys. As expected for CPI data, as expected. And again, subscribe if you haven't yet. Here is the data right here on the screen. As expected, the SPY's ripping up. The dollar index is falling down. NVIDIA just broke $400 again, guys. So NVIDIA over 400 now. Target's starting to move up a little bit as well. But as expected for inflationary data, the Q's loving this. The SPY is loving this as well. The dollar index is dipping down some, of course. But the market's loving this so far here, guys. Big increases here for sure. Again, we're at 40. Yeah, the market's loving this here, guys. SPY at 434.30s here, 434.30s. Dollar index at 103s. NVIDIA just tapped 400. Apple pushing up. It's at 130s. Q rip it up to 363s here. The SPY is at 435.20s here for the SPY. So the SPY is loving this as well here. We'll see if it continues, guys. Again, this is interesting for sure. See if this continues. Popping up. Yeah, so y'all, I see some people got this wrong here. But yeah, here's the CPI report, guys. Honestly, really interesting. I'm seeing lower market volatility all the way around today. I'm seeing lower market volatility all the way around. I see just less people streaming. But yeah, markets starting to turn back a little bit here. The question is, do you buy this dip? I'm going to take some trades now. We're going to take some trades. And so we got the CPI. We got the CPI report today, and then we got the rate hike decision tomorrow, which would be really interesting. But the market so far has liked the CPI report. It came in as expected or lower than expected for everything today. We'll see if it gives us some good range, some good trading today, some good activity here. Big pop up. And again, understandably so, it was a good green day for this because the market came in better than expected. So again, we will see if the market continues to head back up. Market's starting to turn a little bit right now. It's right at the volume weighted average price here. Market looks good. It looks like it wants to hold. Again, it's bouncing up, retracing a little bit. Again, good inflation data, better than expected here, but we don't ever know how the market's going to respond. It's never like a given thing. So again, we will see what happens here. If you haven't already, guys, check out my sponsors. Top Step is one of the ways you can day trade this economic release here. So Top Step is one of the ways you can day trade this economic release. They're a funded account program, so they give you a demo. And if you can hit the target on their demo while following their rules, they fund you. I'm taking a pretty big risk trade. We got 3 contracts here. 3 contracts of the regular E-mini, which is kind of a big contract here. You can see we're down about $180. But I don't mind taking big risks on days like today. We cracked that low. We're going to have to cut it. But yeah, you can day trade futures with no PDT rule on Top Step. They give you a demo and they test your skill. And if you can hit the target on their demo while following their rules, they fund you between 50K up to over 150K or up to 150K with a 90% split. And so they give you a 50K demo. If you can hit 3K in profit on that 50K demo and follow the rest of their rules and pass their testing, they fund you 50 grand with a 90% split. So if you take the funded account and you make 20K, you keep 18 of that. They keep 10% since they're funding you that money. And again, it's so much cheaper to get started doing that than to put up the money yourself and lose that, because most day traders are going to lose when they first got started. There we go. All right, so we're taking profit here. Nice. Taking a little bit more off. Nice. All right, we just cut it. We just made a little bit of money. A little bit of a nerve-wracking trade there. But again, you could day trade with no PDT in futures. You could day trade the S&P 500 with this economic data like you see me doing here. You could trade the NASDAQ. You could day trade currencies if you like Forex. You could day trade gold, silver. And so there's a lot of ways you could day trade in the futures market. And Top Step is the most legit one. It's been around for over 10 years. They pay out millions, fund thousands of traders a year. It really is the lowest barrier of entry for day trading. And yeah, here, check out the link. Great way to help support the channel. There's the link right there. Again, they are a sponsor of mine, and so I'm certainly biased for them, but yeah, useful. And again, we'll see if we keep this up. We're up about a 140 on the day on that trade. So we didn't make as much as we could have, but we're up about 140 on this trade. Our win-loss ratio is about 2-1. But we didn't get the bounce. I wanted to buy the dip. I thought the dip was a little bit of an overreaction on the downside, and so we wanted to buy that dip. And now we're just going to keep riding this thing up. Core CPI came in as expected. Core CPI came in as expected. The expected number for core was 0.4% on the month, and we showed 0.4% for the year. It came in at 5.3% versus 5.3% expected. Yearly base CPI came in under expectations at 4% versus 4.1% or 4.2%. Month over month CPI data came in lower than expected on 0.1% versus 0.2% expected. All right, we went ahead and bought another dip here. We're up about 40 bucks. All right, just made about 60 there. Scalping that little bounce on CPI volatility. Again, you can kind of see we are currently up about $207, $210. We will take it. We'll see if we get another bounce here. And again, this is me day trading on Top Step. I don't need to play the SQ. I could just short the Q or the SPY directly without needing to, you know. Again, my TOS account's got like 40, 50,000 in it. So I got a margin account. They really give me about 200,000 in buying power or something like that. So I could buy hundreds of shares of the Q or the SPY and short it if I want to. So I don't really need to play the SQ, which is a cheaper version of shorting the Q. Core came in as expected, though. I think, like, again, I think people that are predicting crashes tend to kind of interpret the numbers as they want with confirmation bias. Confirmation bias is so strong. What confirmation bias is you want to confirm what you want to happen. And so if you want the market to fall, you're going to look at the numbers negatively, even though they all came in as expected or better than expected. You know, so all these numbers came in either as expected or better than expected. And now we are getting that pop. I could have held, but I'll be all right. Again, I understand some people are saying this is bearish. I get it. But again, we got to look at the expected numbers here, guys. Like, you can act like they're bearish, and that's fine. And maybe the market reacts negatively to this in anticipation of the rate hike decision. But the numbers were lower than expected. They were either lower than expected or neutral. Right, so none of them came in higher than expected, which would signal higher prices than expected and inflation getting out of control. None of these numbers would signal that. They all came in either at expectations or lower than expected. And you also have to understand the sentiment here, which is that a lot of people didn't think that inflation was going to drop as drastically as it did. So a lot of people thought that they were being too optimistic in inflation terms because they thought the drop from 4.9% last time to 4.1% this time was too much. And then we ended up doing under that expectation as well here. And so again, I mean, we could say it's bearish. That's fine. Maybe y'all are right. But again, when I look at the actual expected numbers, we either came in under expected or at expectations. There was not one metric for CPI today that came in higher than expected, you know, which would signal worse than expected. Not one number came out today that was higher than expected. All of it came out lower than expected or as expectations. So again, we could say it's bearish, but I think you got to look at the actual numbers. I disagree on a pause based on these numbers. I mean, I disagree on a pause regardless of these numbers, right? But I think the only way where we might not pause is if these numbers for inflation came in really, really high, right? Which they did. They came in as expected or better than expected. So I think a pause or a skip is pretty likely tomorrow. And I think that's kind of what we're getting in terms of market volatility right now. It's like you might see the market correct to what the traders expect to happen if we do skip or do pause. And again, I understand bears might be upset or whatever, but again, you got to understand in terms of just conventional metrics here that we're looking at, CPI came in either better than expected or neutral. Not one was worse than expected. And so I think that's the thing you got to understand with the CPI report. Yeah, the Fed's going to pause or skip tomorrow now, almost certainly. You know, the only way that they might not have is if is if we had bad inflation, like really high relative to expectations is what I mean. And we didn't. We came in at expected or better than expected for everything. So I think it's interesting to watch. But yeah, we'll see what happens here, guys. Core CPI came in as expected. Again, people keep asking me about core. Core CPI came in as expected. Came in as expected at 0.4%. And 5.3% year over year. Tweet now. Again, market's looking like it likes this data here. Q looking strong, tech looking strong, NVIDIA looking good. So it's not NVIDIA, it's AMD have an event today, I think. Look at the CME Fed watch tool. Did it pivot? Right now I'm still showing 78. Oh yeah, so yeah, again, exactly as I suggested it would be, which is that like now that inflation came in reasonable, the likelihood of a rate hike is very, 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 very low. It's at 2.4%. And so it's almost certain that the Fed is going to pause or skip or whatever you want to call it tomorrow. It's almost certain. And that's exactly what I just said too. Hey, thank you, Johan. I appreciate it, bro. CPI came in at 4%, not 4.1, 4. Expectations was 4.1, but it actually came in at 4. Yeah, AMD's had a super high PE. What's dumping hard? The dollar might be dumping hard, but that's it. The rest of the market's ripping up. It's at 435s, Q at 363s. Everything else looks pretty strong today. We got a little cushion to the open too. All right, guys. So yeah, hey, market's still pumping up. SPY held right again. We talk about watching the volume weighted average price, as well as the 200 EMA, and you can kind of see those levels here. So we talk about watching those levels, and we have. So yeah, we'll see if he's hold. This data holds. I'm curious to see if it does or not. We'll see. But you can see the 200 EMA, the volume weighted average price. Again, nice little bounce level. I should have held that day trade I got involved with, but it's okay. Why does everyone think they're going to skip? Because inflation's not super elevated relative to expectations. Okay, so you got to understand the psychology of this. If the inflation's really bad, the Fed's more likely to raise rates because raising rates is a combat tool for inflation. If inflation is not showing to be out of control, like if inflation is consistently going down month after month, CPI is going down month after month, PPI is going down month after month, PCE is going down month after month, and they keep going down and down and down and down every single month, then the justification to raise rates isn't there because inflation's getting better. You don't need to raise rates if inflation's getting better. Is their logic, at least. I'm not saying I agree with this. I think they should raise rates, but that's the logic they're going to use. Now, if inflation was out of control, if inflation was going up every month and every month and every month and every month, we saw a higher inflation rate and it just kept getting higher and higher and higher, then the Fed's more likely to say, hey, well, inflation's out of control. We're going to raise rates 25 basis points or 50 basis points or whatever. But if inflation's getting better, and it has been universally, I told you guys this morning, inflation has been getting better universally, then they don't really have much cause to raise rates in their mind. Because again, they understand raising rates causes bigger recession fears, causes bigger recession risks, bigger depression risks, all that stuff. So yeah, I mean, I hear people say this all the time that 4% isn't up and it's cumulatively high. And I get it. 4% is conventionally high. I understand that. But again, y'all are ignoring the fact that it's getting better every month. Right? Y'all are ignoring that fact because y'all are bearish. And I understand being bearish. I really do. But again, universally, inflation has been getting better. It is very self-evidently been getting better over the last year. Again, you can see that reflected in everything. You look at gas prices now versus a year ago. Again, a year ago, gas prices were like $5 a gallon. Now in my area, it's like $2.80, $2.90. And so you can see that reflected everywhere. And so again, are we still conventionally high? Sure, but it's not relative to convention. Guys, like this inflation report and reaction, any of these reports are not relative to convention. Everybody knows inflation is conventionally high right now. These are relative to expectation, right? So it's what they're expecting. That's going to cause volatility. That's going to cause the reaction that you're looking for. If it's all relative to expectation, not convention. Okay. It doesn't matter what is conventionally high for inflation. We already know we're conventionally high for inflation. We're looking at how much better was inflation than expected by the banks. That's what we're looking at today. And that's what we showed. And it was better than expected or at expectations. And the market pushed up. Pretty obvious reaction there too. Yeah, for sure. I'm gonna go put that up on screen. You did call it. Hey, thank you, sir. I did. I certainly did. Again, I box with the bears constantly, and I'm bearish sometimes, guys. I'm bearish sometimes, but again, if y'all are betting long term that the market's gonna fall, y'all are betting a sucker's bet. It's a terrible bet. Again, the big edge of the S&P 500 is that long term stocks go up. Short term they might fall. Short term we might have bear trends, bear markets. Long term they're gonna go up. And so I think a lot of people are betting long-term and like long-term put options that the market's going to go down. And that's a dumb bet. No offense. Maybe we drop, but it's betting against the biggest edge the market ever gives you. And so because of that, I think it's dumb, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the market crashes. I don't know. The Donald Duck song link. No, that's like saying, if your car is starting to slowly slow down its speed, that's an optimistic sign that the car is going to stop eventually. That's what I'm saying. Your view on tomorrow's data, I think it's pretty highly probable that we're going to pause or skip tomorrow. The question is not whether we pause or skip. I think everybody universally probably agrees that we're going to pause or skip tomorrow. The question really at this point in time is, what does Jerome Powell say? Like, what's his tone like? Is it dovish? Is it hawkish? Is he optimistic? Is he bullish, bearish? Like, what does he say tomorrow? I know what he's still going to say. Inflation is elevated. If you could only invest in 4 things, what would it be? Gold, the S&P 500, Apple, and Amazon, probably. Hey, we try. Yeah, I mean, long term, the market's going to go up. Again, I talked about it, P&L today. We are currently up about 220, we're up to 212.50 right now. But yeah, I try to tell people all the time, like, listen, Michael Burry and The Big Short came out, and everybody wants to be Burry, and they want to call the next big crash, right? But crashes are incredibly difficult to predict. Everybody thinks we're going to crash. I see it all the time. I get a really unique perspective where I get people in here every day that tell me the market's going to crash, and I get to watch them be wrong every day. And so I understand how wrong a lot of the bear predictions are a lot of the time, more so than anybody else, I would say. So the point is, crashes are very difficult to predict. The market is very resilient, and long term, the biggest edge the market ever gives you is that the S&P 500 is going to give you about 6 to 12% on average every year. And again, that includes crash statistics, which means that when the market doesn't crash, excluding that, on a normal good year, the market's going to move up much more than 6%, is what that means. And again, a lot of people are missing out on that edge because they're idolizing Burry, and I get it, but I think you got to be smart. The other idea, what if PPI comes in bad though? Well, I mean, I think that'll be a little bit more nuanced because PPI is for sellers, and so I don't know. But I think you also have to understand that nobody knows what the market's going to do. Acting like the market has to do one specific thing, or has to do this, or has to do that based off of data, shows a fundamental misunderstanding about the stock market. Nobody knows what the market's going to do. Nobody does. Apple pull it back a little bit. The S&P still rip it up. It's at 435s. The Q is still very high too. The market's still looking good, but we'll see if the market continues to fly. I don't know. We'll see. Again, the Q at 363s here. SPY still right at the top. I got a nice little cushion here on this trade. So I got a nice little cushion. Again, Apple at 183.19s. All right, guys. So again, the SPY's trying to hold. The question is, do we pull back here? I guess is the question. Do we pull back? Do we hold over 435? I think 435 is a big psychological level that I'm specifically watching. Like, I want to see 435 hold. We'll see if it does. All right, market's trying to hold. And again, guys, let's see what we get. I'm ready. Yeah, and again, watching the market pull back a little bit, it wants to hold 435s is, again, the big level I'm specifically watching. 435s, let's see if it holds. Seven. All right, guys. So we're trying to hold here. I'm trying to wait to see. All right, so we are above 435. I might buy the dip. I don't know yet. Still kind of waiting to see if we get anything good. All right, guys. So we're testing the top of that range again. We are pushing up to test the top of the range. All right. And again, let me know what you guys think here. Let's see what crypto does today. If I look at crypto right now, the SQ is still pushing up nicely. Apple's still doing well. Here's Bitcoin. Bitcoin currently at 26.1. So the market didn't really help Bitcoin here. We got these highs of the day on the SPY up there. So I think that's a really interesting spot that we got to watch here too. Tech PE too high. Well, microchip certainly is. Wait, who's arguing? Who's that architect? Pull back, it open, but it flies after that. We'll see. I hope so. Cue music at 6 a.m. Yeah, Aaron, be nice, please. Architect's cool. He's here more than you are. All right, guys. Again, Apple's still holding. Look at the SPY testing that top of the range here. Momentum is key. Yes, the market's starting to test the highs. Look at the SPY right at 435.80s. 435.80s here. We'll see if it actually holds. All right, so the Dow Jones. So you can look at the Dow here. Here's the DJI. Here's the symbol. We can look at more so the futures contract of the Dow, which I think is going to be a little bit more relevant here. What's the futures contract of the Dow? I don't generally trade it. Look at the high break on the SPY here. So look at the high break on the SPY. The SPY just broke highs. The dollar index is still flushing down, but over 436s right now on the SPY. 436s here. And again, I basically told you the reaction the market would have from both of this stuff. But market's still surging up here, guys. Market's still looking great. Yeah, I'm not shorting right now. I think it's risky, but it depends on what time frame. But market's still surging up at 436.20s, 436.30s right now. So kind of crazy high here. Again, we'll see if it continues to hold here. But man, what a crazy big move. Again, look at the SPY at 436.20s here. 436.20s on the SPY. Again, the dollar index is still breaking down. It's at 103s. Again, the Q is at 363, so tech is pushing up dramatically here. Everything else in tech too is pushing up too. Gold's pushing up as well. Target is basically back up, so that's nice to see. Hey, I'll take it. Let's see if it continues back up here. We're gonna get ready to trade. YM, yeah, you're right. So you're right. So YMU3 is the current contract for the Dow. Here's the current Dow contract here, and it is flying up too. We're gonna get ready to trade some futures today. We're already up about $200. So again, stick around. We will be day trading futures today at the opening bell. So stick around. We will be day trading futures at the open. Look at the Dow popping up big. And again, if you want to day trade stocks or get exposure to day trading stocks, you can't day trade individual stocks, but you can day trade the Dow, you can day trade the NASDAQ, you can day trade the SPY essentially, which is called the E-mini and futures, and there's no PDT rule. And so the cheapest way to test it out is really a funded account program. It's really the easiest way with limited risk. If you lose the funded account program, like what they do is they give you a demo and they test your skill. So they give you a profit target, a max loss. You got to follow their rules. If you pass their testing, they fund you the same amount as the demo. The base one's $50K. It's only 130 something. If you use my link, if you pass it, you get 50 grand in funding with a 90% split. And so if you take that funded account and you make 10K, you keep 9 of that. They process withdrawals very quickly. Top Step is the most legit in terms of withdrawals. They pay out millions every year in actual withdrawals. They fund thousands of traders a year. If you lose, it's not the end of the world. You're down 130 something bucks. If you pass it, you still get a lot of the benefits. You keep 90%. So best of both worlds. Great way of genuinely build your skill, test your skill, teaches you how to trade. There's free funding coaches. You get to keep $10,000 of your first profit if you're good enough. And you can check out the link right there if you want to check it out. They are a sponsor of mine. Great way to help support the channel. There's the link right there. And again, we're going to get ready to trade. We are up about 200 so far on that. Again, you can see the Dow pushing up. Again, look at the Q ripping up as well. The dollar index is struggling right now, falling down a little bit here too. And again, this is just the start of the week here, guys. Like a lot of people aren't even going to look at this. The FOMC week is tomorrow. So the FOMC meeting is tomorrow. We got PPI tomorrow. So we got PPI, CPI, FOMC all same week tomorrow. So crazy week for volatility, really. All right, guys. I'm ready. Honestly, I'm excited. We'll see if we get some good stuff. Yeah, crazy week. This is the biggest week of the month. Again, one of the biggest weeks of the summer, realistically. Again, CPI today is just the preface to everything. Going to be crazy. Again, Dow's ripping up here, too. We can trade the NASDAQ. I've been trading the NASDAQ a lot lately. Again, I made my money this morning on the NASDAQ. A little bit more volatile, but pretty consistent with it. Big week for everybody, dude. All right, guys. Hey, thank you guys for the follow on Twitter. Get some follows there. We appreciate the love. Again, if you haven't already, give your boy a follow. CPI, guys. Hey, CPI today, man. You know what I'm happy about, guys? This is what I'm happy about, man. Is that I had more people in my CPI stream than any of the other streams, except for maybe one. I think we had more than except for one. I think Trader TV might have. I don't know, though. Not 100% sure. But aside from that, we have more people here than anybody else here. So thank you guys for choosing me here. I think people choose me because, again, like I've got some sources. I don't have Bloomberg Terminal or anything, but I dropped the data quick. You saw me today, man. I covered it within a second of that release. And so that's why thousands of people tune into this stream. Because we cover that data fast. And so again, hit the sub button, hit the notification bell. We're actually very close to hitting 109,000 subscribers. We need like 250 subs, which we will hit tomorrow without question. I'd love to hit it today. We still got, 1,100 people. We need less than 250. So again, don't be stingy, guys. Hit the subscribe button. Do it now. You know you want to. Keep doing good work. Your show is better. Keep the content. No, I think me, Kevin, had more than me. Either way, relative to our subscriber amount, we had over 3,000 people here, so we did pretty good. Hey, yeah, for sure. We're all by ourselves here. How did CPI come in? CPI came in low or neutral. Hey, thank you. I appreciate you guys. Again, subscribe if you haven't already. I appreciate it. Look at the SPY still flying up. The NASDAQ ripping up. Look at the Q up to 364.30s here. The SPY at 436.40s. Dollar index still looking weak. Break it down. Literally top three. Hey, it really was top three, Rick. I mean, definitely top three, most top three trader in the world right now. Apple popping up. It's at 183.30s here. 183.30s. We'll see if it continues. The NASDAQ at 15.1 thousand. The dollar index at 103s. Hey, thank you, Ali. I appreciate you. Thank you. Yeah. You're what's called a lurker, Ali. And that's all good. I appreciate you guys lurking in my stream, even if you don't comment. Lurking's okay. I appreciate you all. I appreciate anybody that chooses to watch my channel. Again, I created this channel to give people a free way to get economic data and trading content, And so it's good to see. Appreciate the love. Is it just me or does it feel like there has to be a giant rug pull coming? I mean, listen, anything could happen. Like, we could get a big rug pull, but I'm going to give you the argument on why we might not. All right, I'm going to give you the argument on why we might not. Okay, so you put up the S&P 500 right here. I'm going to put up two charts. So you put up the SPY right here, right? So like, people might be like, well, John, the market's really extended on the upside. Look at the right side chart here. They might be like, John, the market's really extended on the upside. And I understand thinking that, but I think you got to really zoom out. If you really zoom out here, you'll see that like we've actually been down since the beginning of 2022, late 2021, early 2022. The market's been down a lot since then. So it's not like the market was flying up, breaking highs recently. Like, it's not like the market's way up here. It's not. The market, in fact, did the opposite. It's been dropping for years, right? And so finally, we're starting to come out of that bear market where we dropped for years. And so whether we're extended, I don't know. I think that like you have to look at it in terms of we're coming out of that bear market that we were in. We dropped for years and now we're finally starting to push up. But again, it's not like we're breaking highs right now. We still got a long way to go before we hit the SPY highs or the S&P 500 highs. And so again, I think we're just coming out of that couple of years. I told people at the time, and again, you can ask anybody that watches my stream regularly or that has for a long period of time. I've been telling people this for years, or not for a year. I've been telling people this for the last year, okay? Which is that the market doesn't have to crash. The market's actually extended on the downside leading up to all this stuff, and that I wouldn't be surprised to see the market continue bouncing back up. That's something I've consistently said for the last year, and so far we've been right. A lot of people told me the market was going to crash imminently and that it was going to be the end of the world and all that stuff. Again, the market is not super extended on the upside over the last few years, at least. The market is, in fact, below the highs and all that stuff. It's still kind of rebounding a little bit from 2020, 2021 is what's going on. Why did I sell, then went bullish? Probably because you got a bunch of doomsday YouTubers telling you the market was going to crash. Yeah, I'm not saying we're super bullish right now. What I'm saying is that the market is kind of extended. Or prior to this latest run that started 8 months ago, the market was kind of extended on the downside. And again, the long-term direction of the market is up. Like, the S&P is going to go up long-term, without question. That's the whole point. It's an inflationary hedge. Again, the S&P, gold, silver, real estate, individual stocks, they're all used as hedges against inflation for the most part. And so you can buy a house, and on average, a house is going to keep up with inflation long term. You can buy gold. Gold is going to keep up with inflation long term. You can buy stocks, the S&P 500. That's going to keep up with inflation long term. How does that happen? It's because the S&P gives you about 6 to 12% a year, keeping up with inflation. One of the best performing assets over the last 30 years is gold. Gold is 4.5x over the last 20. 4.5x. That's a better performing asset than, and excluding individual stocks, gold is a better performing asset than anything else, except for crypto, I believe, over the last 20, except for Bitcoin and ETH and the other crypto big boys. But outside of those segments, gold has been super high performing, 4.5x over the last 20. Somebody asked me earlier if I had to buy something and hold 3 stocks, what would it be? I said gold, Apple, and Amazon. Hey, good luck, Guts. This is why this is my favorite channel. Hey, thank you, Joe. I appreciate you, man. Well, small caps are irrelevant. Small caps don't influence the market at all. Small caps are red. It doesn't matter when you look at them. You look at the whole sector of small caps, they're all going to be red, bro. You know why? It's because small cap companies are crap. They're terrible companies. They all fail. Most of them fail. You might have like a small outlier percentage that don't fail. But they're outliers for sure. Like the whole penny stock market's mostly crap. Let's just be real here. I'd probably rather physical gold, yeah. CPI report might be right underneath me. Right there. Could be. Might not be. I don't know. But it might be. Hey, thank you, Bobby. Do you think gold would dump after those? Yeah, I mean, I think gold's been on a crazy bull run, though. Like, if we look at gold here. If we look at gold, we can look at, like, the futures contract of gold, GC. And you can kind of see gold has been on, like, a crazy bull run. Here's a yearly chart. Gold broke highs at 2085. Pulled back a little bit. It's kind of a nice little dip level. I might add some gold here, but again, I'm going to wait until the rate hike because that's going to highly influence all that stuff, and I don't feel like getting stuck in craziness there. Hey, thanks, guys. I mean, listen, you could always identify outlier penny stocks. And again, penny stocks are some of those stocks that people are just highly emotional from. You look at like Wolf of Wall Street, you know what I mean? Like you look at like the Wolf of Wall Street and you see how they promote them, right? How do they promote penny stocks? They say, oh, Aerotine International, greatest, stock, cutting edge firm out the Midwest, awaiting imminent patent approval on radar detectors and all this crazy crap, military and civilian uses and all this stuff. And it's really just kind of a shack. It's a shack, whose mom answers the phone. People get really emotionally attached to penny stocks. Why? Because they lose money on them. Again, look at AMC. I'm sorry, AMC traders, but look at AMC, right? AMC was never going to be GameStop. Float's too large, and so you have all these people that are stuck at AMC, and they're just kind of making each other feel all warm and fuzzy, like, yeah, AMC is going to go to 2,000. It's going to go to 3,000. We're going to be rich, guys. Patting each other on the back. It's the greatest thing ever. Listen, Apple doesn't have to make people feel warm and fuzzy to get them to stay. Apple doesn't have to tell people, all these conspiracy theories to make them stay. Apple doesn't have to make it a moral battle to convince shareholders to hold, But the meme stocks, again, a lot of the time they make it a moral thing. They try to make it a moral thing. Like, hey, you're fighting against corruption by holding AMC and losing 80%. Like, you're fighting against corruption, guys. Don't sell. Please, don't sell. But Apple doesn't have to do that. Amazon doesn't have to do that. They don't have to talk their shareholders into being a moral fight to get them to hold. You know why? It's because they're actually high-performing assets. And so a lot of the time, penny stocks traders are just emotional. Because like if you buy $10,000 worth of equity in a penny stock and you lose 80%, you go from 10 to 2. Somebody asks you, hey, what about ABC penny stock? Man, that's the greatest stock ever. It's the greatest stock in the world. Misery loves company. And I don't think they're doing it intentionally. I think they just desperately want it to be true with confirmation bias. But yeah, penny stocks are crap. Hey, what's up, Marie? Hey, thank you. Yeah, real gold maybe. But yeah, I mean, I like AMC. I'm in AMC, believe it or not. So I'm holding AMC right now. But I understand what it is. Like AMC might go up. I think AMC's business model is safer than GameStop's if they can do it right. I think Cohen might help GameStop though. But again, I guess the point is you should never fanboy a stock or get super emotionally attached to any stock ever. Doesn't matter what it is, how great it is. That just clouds your judgment. You got to look at it objectively and see it for what it really is. If you get mad at anybody that has a bear case for your stock, you're just too emotional. Yeah, any due diligence on a penny stock is going to make it seem like it's the next Amazon. Like, oh man, look at this stock; it's doing great, amazing things, and we're all going to be rich and right off into the sunset. They say, it never really turns out like that, and most of the time, traders just lose 80% a year or whatever it is. I don't know if we have chop at the opening bell. I think tomorrow's the rate hike decision and PPI, and so it's arguable that we might have consolidation at the open because, again, that could happen. Like we might get consolidation at the open. That might be what we get. Because again, the rest of the market's apprehensive. They're waiting for the rate hike decision tomorrow. And so we'll see what happens. Man, I needed to shave I finally shaved it. Looking better now for sure. I forgot to bring my razor to Florida. I was looking scruffy at the beach. 6G, sell tech for free. Robinhood. What's Robinhood doing, man? Robinhood just opened 24-hour trading, which is interesting. It does seem interesting. Reverse split next month. AMC? Didn't they just get sued? I'm holding AMC, so I got like a letter in the mail about the lawsuits pending or whatever it is, the litigation they're going through. Yeah, I mean, if you invest in penny stocks, yeah, it wasn't me. If you invest in penny stocks, you just got to be okay with losing whatever you're investing in. It's kind of like it more closely mirrors crypto because you got to diversify and understand you'll probably lose. But if you get one winner, it might justify it, but it probably won't. That's how you got to play them, I think. Yeah, Robinhood at almost $10 is at $9.50. It hasn't done anything over the last few years since the last time I looked at it. But thoughts on NKLA? Were they the one that rolled the truck down the hill? Yeah, we're going to live stream the rate hike decision. We live stream all major economic data and releases. So we live stream FOMC, we live stream CPI, we live stream rate hike decision, we live stream the Fed minutes report, PPI tomorrow. Tomorrow morning, we're going to live stream that. So yeah, we're going to live stream all that stuff. Yeah, I mean, 75% of the time it works every time. Have you ever shorted small caps? Nah, that's too much work, bro. Again, to short small caps, it's kind of like, and I've taught people this, I would say at least 40 times I've taught people this, what I'm about to say. But shorting, in order to short something easily, you need a lot of long-term investors because the people that are loaning you the shares to short are long-term investors that don't care about short-term price fluctuations. And so if you want to short something like Apple or Amazon or Google or Disney or whatever, it's going to be really easy to short. All I got to do is click sell and I can short it. And the reason I can short it is because there's so many long-term investors that are stuck in those blue chips that they don't care. They might as well earn their little percentage and hedge it a little bit. And so they'll give you shares to short pretty easily. It's what's called ETB or easy to borrow. The reason you can't short penny stocks without paying obscene locate fees and commissions in doing so is because penny stocks are crap. There's not a lot of long-term investors willing to loan you shares out. There's not a lot of long-term investors, period. There's definitely not a lot that'll say, hey, it's okay, short my stock that I'm holding. And so in that regard, shorting penny stocks is just really difficult. You got to locate it, pay a bunch of fees, and it's just hard. You got to have a specialized broker if you're going to want to do it. And, I'm just not going to do it. It's too much work. So wait, was NKLA? Okay, so they were the one that rolled it down the hill. Yeah, I mean, it's been a while since I've even looked at them. They're at 80 cents a share right now. What about Mullen? Mullen at 35 cents. Is Mullen halted? No, it's moving. Okay. But again, guys, new traders at home, I'm talking to y'all. Okay, y'all listen to me. Again, I have a beautiful community. This channel does great in terms of, like, as a business. It's a great business. I morally justify by helping traders, okay? If you're one of those penny stock traders that I'm talking about that think that you're going to get rich investing in penny stocks, understand that your edge would be infinitely higher by just buying blue chips and holding. Invest in blue chips. You can even trade blue chips, swing trade blue chips. It's all going to be so much easier than trading penny stocks. It's so much easier. Again, I understand you might not have that much money. Trade futures if you want. Trade futures. You can day trade futures with no PDT rule and day trade the S&P or the NASDAQ or the currencies market sometimes. And again, I'll put that link up right here. If you want to check out Top Step, which is a funded account program for futures, it's the most legit one in the world. But the point is, trading penny stocks is a sucker's bet. Investing in penny stocks long-term is usually a sucker's bet. Most of the time, they have long-term downtrends, sensationalized marketing, and they're predatory towards new traders. So like new traders enter the stock market and they don't know any better, right? And so they start buying up these terrible companies and they think they're investing like they're investing in Amazon. They think, look how smart I am. I'm investing in the stock market, like blah, 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 blah. But they're buying crap. And those stocks are going to destroy any money that's in their account long term. But it's like they're following the due diligence. And if you look at the news out for these, if you look at the catalysts, if you look at the reports, if you look at the influencers out there, they're all acting like these are great. They're making videos like ABC penny stock is going to 1000x this week, and all this sensationalized nonsense. And it's just predatory. They're getting hurt doing it. So avoid penny stocks, guys. Futures market's better. Stock market and blue chips is better. There's just a lot better options. Options market is better. Pun intended. Sometimes. SPY's green. Pulling back a little bit. I kind of want to buy this dip, though. I think I will in the futures market. So I'm going to buy this. I'm going to take the micro NQ, though. I'll take the micro NQ and I'm going to buy this little dip here. Hold on. Let me fix this. Make sure this is right. Yeah. All right. So we bought a piece of this little dip, one contract. I'll probably add a little bit more to it. There's 2 contracts here. We'll add up to 4. Because we got a cushion on the day, 8 minutes into the market opens. We pulled back heavy enough to make it justifiable, I think. All right, so there's 4 contracts. And just punishing me right now. And a big retracement, so let's see if that's good enough. All right, give it a time. I want to see if it consolidates back up. We got about 6 minutes until the market opens. We're already up about 2 something on the day, 212 or so. All right, so there's a retracement. Let's see if we get that green move here. We've been 4 big red candles so far. There we go. There's a new candlestick opening up. Depends on how long this takes. We've had 4 red candles. I think the momentum's probably a little bit better now on the upside, but who knows? All right, so we're back to close to flat now. We tapped that level here. All right, so there's 5 contracts here. All right, we're so close. Let's get a little bit higher, and we can take some profit. Surging up. Let's see if we get a green move here. The only problem is like Apple just dropped. Let me put the NASDAQ up here a little bit easier. Starting to bounce back up. I'm still trying to pop. I don't want to catch a flush here though. Oh man, I look the other way. We get drops. Yeah, I mean we're down $50, so I mean this is still small. I want to give it time to actually consolidate and hold here, and so I do think I need patience, but they're still popping up a little bit. Okay, we got 5 minutes until the opening bell. Apple surging up a lot. That looks good. Again, I think I gotta just be patient. 10% profit is great. Do you sell or wait? Oh. Yeah, here's gold. Here's the Q on the top. Here's Tesla. Tesla's still pretty strong. Pretty close to flat here now. I'd love for this to rip up and I can take a little bit of profit here on this. We got 5 contracts of the micro NASDAQ. A little bit better movement. Pretty flat on the trade so far. I'm trying to give it time. Yeah, I mean, the whole market's up because CPI was better than expected. All right, still popping up towards this level. Do you use RSI? I use mostly just volume weighted average price, 200 EMA and a couple other ones mostly. This is taking too long though. The longer it sits up here, the more likely I am to cut a piece of this. My heavy losses were in small caps and natural gas. Yeah, I mean that's kind of what happens, dude. People like again the guru culture is so much higher in penny stocks than they are in like anything else. There we go. Apple's still fighting. NQ's still struggling, but still pretty close to flat. You guys red or green today in the market, guys? Red or green? All right, come on. Just let me take half off. I'll feel a little bit better here. This is taking too long. We've had 4 basically flat, sideways, neutral candles. Basically 4 completely flat candles. The NQ is right at 15.1K. It's just stagnant. Look at how sideways these have been. I mean, I understand that like with the range of the NQ, typically this thing could pop up quickly. And this is futures, guys. If you want to know what trading futures is like, this is futures. So you can day trade this, scalp it, buy market, buy bid, sell the ask. Tesla dipping down a little bit. So Tesla's falling down some too. Yeah, so the NASDAQ's biggest companies are Apple, Amazon, Netflix, or Apple, Amazon, NVIDIA. Man, we've been basically flat though, dude. NVIDIA's still pumping up to 402s. Quick little down wick here. I don't know if this is good or bad. I mean, it's a down wick, which indicates buying pressure, but it's a fast one, so that's not the best. Might just be kind of stopping people out. NVIDIA's still popping up to 402s, guys. Look at NVIDIA right here. Yeah, I don't like this move. I'm going to cut that. It might fake me out here and then go right back up. But again, it's just too much risk. I'd rather just not even toy with it. All right, there's the opening bell, guys. Yeah, so it did fake me out a little bit, and that's all right. Tesla dipping down a little bit at the opening bell. Watching NVIDIA pop. Look at the NQ rejection here. All right, so we are dropping down a little bit in the NASDAQ, looking weak. But again, CPI came out. Apple popped big at the opening bell. Let's watch the NASDAQ to see if it actually holds. But here's the opening bell. Yeah, market's starting to fall a little bit. Tesla retracing back up though. Watching Nvidia to see if it actually holds some of this. But look at Tesla rip up on the top, bottom right. Again, before I take any big trades, I'm gonna let things stabilize a little bit. I'm not trying to take any crazy momentum into all this stuff. I'm not trying to get stuck with all that stuff, man. The news is good. Why is it falling? Well, the market's up already a bunch, so it's not going to just go straight up. Pullbacks are normal. All right, market's starting to flush back down. Maybe it was a good move I got out of it. So we got a little consolidation here. We could probably short this if we get weakness or a little pop, but maybe keep it at 2 contracts. All right, there's 2 contracts. All right, we got a little rejection there. I don't want to get stuck in a red to green move. I think with the green CPI report and all that stuff, it's certainly possible. So I'll see if it retraces real quick, and then if it doesn't, we'll cut it. If it breaks the high of this candle, we'll get out. Again, Apple's turning up, so I'm just going to go ahead and get out this. Look at Apple break highs, Nvidia breaking highs. Oh, we're finally getting a dip in the NASDAQ. Got a little cushion, but there's the red to green move popping up. Look at Nvidia rip up to 403s, almost 404s. Tesla's still moving up with it as well here. This is Quant Tower, so Top Step Quant Tower. So Top Step's a funded account program where they give you a demo, they test your skill. If you can hit the target while following their rules, they fund you between 50K up to 150K. If you lose, it's limited risk, but if you pass it, you get a lot of the benefits of your own money where you get 90% split. You can check them out here. They are a sponsor. You can check out the link in the description for Top Step. They're a sponsor of mine. Markets are flying back up, though, starting to correct a little bit. Nvidia up to 404s, dragging the NASDAQ up. Tesla up to 255s right now, hit 255.30s or so. Yeah, the dollar index is probably going to be dropping because that's kind of what it does. I'm going to buy some of this, 2 contracts, see if we get a red to green move like we want. We also have to be worried about choppiness. Choppiness is a thing we have to be concerned about. All right, so we just took most of that one off. We're just kind of scalping a little bit more momentum from this. There we go. Take profit there. Added at a beautiful time for it. Took profit there too. So caught that huge bounce. Again, scalping these moves. I'm looking at the E-mini and the NASDAQ mini and the micro E-mini too. We're looking at a little bit of everything. Here's Nvidia on the right. Here is Tesla at the bottom. Again, y'all do me a favor, hit the subscribe button, guys. Help me hit, we need 200 subs to hit 109,000 subs. I'd love to hit 110 subscribers if we can, 110,000. I get a little dip here. We're we're starting to get some cushion where we can probably start trading the regular NASDAQ. All right, we got one contract here. Ooh, big drop here. I'm gonna have to cut that. That's weak. It's a big pullback here. Big drops. Market flushing back down. All right, big pullbacks and everything right now. Question is, do we keep on this bear trend or what happens now? I don't know. Yeah, it's a bad looking trend at this point. Let's see if we start to short now. Again, it might be a choppy day because of or it might be a choppy day because of what we got going on tomorrow with the FOMC rate hike decision. So it could be sideways neutral activity. Huge retracement back down here to the point where I don't even know how to trade this. All right, so start to test the lows again. Big downwick pressure though. Let's see if we break down here. Yeah, it's gonna depend on what Apple does. Apple right around the previous close. Buy a little bit of a SPY here if we can. Get into 20 shares of the SPY. See if we take the choppy day ahead of the rate hike decision. Small little trade. We just broke highs on the SPY though. Nice little pop, green action, riding this up on the good inflation data. Small little trade. But I'm trying to build up my TOS account too. Took a little bit off there. Let the rest ride on the SPY. Again, so Target very green on that one today too. What is this? All right, so still riding the SPY up. Testing highs now too. Look at the SPY up here. Yeah. I still doing okay here. We're in 10 shares. All right, so we are going to get a little dip in the NASDAQ here. I'm going to go ahead and take this off and just lock in the profit here. I don't know what to do with the rest of this. right, so we're bouncing up a little bit. Nasdaq's super flat right now, guys. So y'all just be careful. Target, we're actually green on that one again too. What is JP Morgan? Nice, we're green on that one too. Market's so sideways though. Just be careful, guys. I went ahead and cut my JP Morgan swing trade because I don't want to sit in it ahead of the FOMC. I'll probably do the same thing with Johnson and Johnson here. Apple pulling back a little bit. The market's so flat. The SPY's ripping up, so maybe I should trade the SPY instead. Sorry, I'm just taking this time to deal with my swing trades a little bit. Disney, what do I do with Disney? I think Disney's still got a lot of room, so I might sit in Disney some more. You know what? I think I'm actually going to cut it. I think I'm up enough to where ahead of the rate hike tomorrow, I don't feel like pushing it. Still in Coca-Cola. Still in Target now. Still in Walgreens. AMC's going up today too. Nvidia's still popping up. All right, so we're starting to get a bull run finally here, man, but it took a long time. We had a reaction, but the reaction was earlier. All right, so we're finally starting to get a rib, but I want to make sure it's not going to just reject the top of this range here, which is it certainly could, has the chance to. Okay, gotcha. All right, so market's right back down here. So sideways for the NASDAQ here. Y'all just be careful. So sideways here. Apple pull it back a little bit. Feels like Wednesday with this action for some reason. Yeah, Wednesday is tomorrow. It's interesting. Market's so flat right now, though. There's just not really any edge. Unless I'm going to buy the bottom here and scale out at the top. I just don't know how much edge there is in attacking this today. Tomorrow is going to be a much busier, much more volume-filled, action-filled day. It's going to be tomorrow. So we'll see. We'll see all of them, but. All right, guys. So we are finally starting to break down a little bit here. 4% is what CPI came in. Apple finally starting to turn. So Apple finally starting to turn. Sort of dip heavy. We'll see if it continues down, but it is starting to dip. Market's down a little bit here. We'll see if we can take a trade soon, but all right, guys. All right, guys. And again, tomorrow is the busy day. All right. All right, still break it down a little bit. Again, I'm watching Apple. Apple is right at the previous closing price, or no, Apple is right at the 200 EMA. Volume weighted average price is right above it. Very nice. All right, guys. So we are bouncing back up a little bit. Sorry, I'm on the call with All right, guys, we're bouncing up. Sorry, it's telling me inactive here for whatever reason. It's funny seeing this dump when the emotional bulls were laughing at the bears pre-market. Stay humble, folks. I'm not a bear bull, by the way. It's just funny to me. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how much of a drop this is. To put it into perspective, we are still green relative to when the CPI report came out. The SPY is still pretty green from all that stuff. Like if you look at the SPY here, CPI came out down here at like 434. We're at about 436 right now. And so the market's still pretty green. This pullback is just kind of breaking out of the range that we were previously in, if that makes sense. Again, CPI came out here and we are now up here. So all right, so we're bouncing up a little bit for the NQ. Yeah, for sure. Traders do get emotional 100%. Maybe don't tell another. Rug pulls coming within the next 5 days of trading. Again, I've heard that before from somebody. I don't know who it was, but they were wrong the last time. I'm not sure if that's them this time, but SQ to the top. No, I'm just kind of hanging back here, guys. Market is pretty flat and neutral. Like we were in a range, we're breaking deck down. If I do anything, I'm going to short. I do kind of like the SPY dip though here, so I might buy the dip. Let's see if we start to surge up here. There's 30 shares. I'll wait and maybe add up to 100 shares. There's 40. There's 50. I think this looks good for the long side, but I think anything could happen. There's 50, 60 shares. Yeah, there's 70 shares. Try to add up to 100, like I said, on this one. I like the dip bounce potential. I think we're over a big support level. We're over the VWAP. There's 80 shares. 90 shares. I'll just go and get the full 100 here so I can do 50 position increments. All right, so 50 shares of the SPY. People doubting how big my account is. You can see. I just took half off there. We locked it in. We got 50 shares left. I'm going to take a little bit more off there. 25 shares left. Caught the SPY bounce beautifully here. Little baby trade, but I'll take it. Nice little surge. Nice little surge. I'm going to take that off here. Just lock that in. I'll take the green trade. Still kind of sitting back here waiting. Let's see if we get any better activity to trade. We're bouncing back a little bit now. Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to short. I try not to catch falling knives here in that regard sometimes, you know. Also, guys, y'all check out Chart Prime. One of the cool sponsors that I have is a company called Chart Prime. It's a trading view indicator service, but with it, so you can use their custom indicators on stocks, crypto, forex, futures, basically any type of tradable security on trading view. You could use their indicators here. And again, their indicators can be powerful here. I like using their Market Oracle Pro, but their Market Oracle is pretty solid as well. Again, basically what it allows you to do is get custom indicators, custom signals from them. And again, I can't guarantee you're going to make money. They're a sponsor of mine, but I think like the value that you get from these things relative to like the price is very, very high. Very, very high. Let's see if we get this to load. Chart Prime, they give you custom reversal signals. So they tell you potential reversals. There's so much stuff that they offer here with like potential reversals. They also do smart money concepts. So you can see when something's like strong or weak a lot of the time. You can see where premiums are in terms of price, equilibriums are, all that good stuff. And again, so here's an example of Chart Prime. I'm going to get the smart money concepts gone, and you can just look at the signals here. So buy signal, sell signal. If you look at every time they tell you, they say strong, you'll see you get a pretty decent drop from it. Like, let me get my little arrow pointer out. Look at the buy signal here, bounce. Strong sell signal here. Nice drop. Buy signal here. Huge rip up over days. Strong sell signal here. Drops. Buy signal here. Rip up. And again, this is $35 a month, so it's very cheap. Again, strong sell signal here. Drops. And so again, each candlestick in this one represents an hour, but you can also use them on 1 minute. You can use them on longer term, shorter term time frames. So that's an hour. So that's a longer term time frame. You can also use them on a 1 minute chart as well. Here's a 1 minute chart. So if you like really short term day trading and scalping, you can use them for this stuff, which is a little bit more kind of what I do. But again, it's $35 a month, so it's just very, very cheap. You know, very, very cheap. You can get it for $35 a month. And I think the value that it gives you is profound relative to the price. Let's let it load a little bit. But yeah, so as an example here, look at just today. Like, this is just today on a 1 minute chart, right? So strong sell signal here, nice drops heading into the open. Buy signal here right at the opening bell, huge bounce. Strong sell signal here, big breakdown since then. And so this thing has been 100% accurate. Even looking at the last one. So here's early this morning. Like, look at the sell signal here. Look at the strong buy signal here, and look at the huge bounce you get after that. And so they can be powerful. And this is just a small piece. They also offer you like chart patterns. If you put up their Market Dynamics Pro, you can see like chart patterns and like a bunch of stuff here. Let me get this out of the way. So like, look, they show you triangle patterns. They show you all these different ones. They show you support and resistance. They show you cup and handles. Like, there's just a lot of data that you can get here, and they're just custom indicators. $35 a month. Check them out. Chart Prime. Pretty cool indicator service. And they're a sponsor of mine. I'll post the link here if you want to check them. But here's Chart Prime. You can find it in the description as well if you want to check it out. All right, we're sitting back. Market's very flat in terms of range again. Very flat in terms of range. Hey, thank you, Justin, my guy. Thank you, man. I appreciate you, brother. Thank you. All right. We're just kind of sitting back, sitting quiet. Tomorrow's a huge day. Wait, is there a sale going on right now for Chart Prime? Let me make sure. Yeah, we're definitely streaming the FOMC. Well, we got 40% off on our on Chart Prime, but yeah, we're definitely gonna stream FOMC tomorrow. PPI is also tomorrow morning as well, so it's the other side of the inflationary coin tomorrow. Hmm. $40% off dollars. So no, Alexis, you got to go to checkout to get it past that. So like, look, if you go to this here, for instance, right, and you go to if you go to buy now, you go to subscribe to this. Let me make sure it doesn't like flash my credit card data or anything like that. Yeah, so it'll show you at checkout 40% off at checkout. You can also use promo code BTRADES40, but it's the $34.20. Yeah, I'll go to Alexis, no worries. You got to do it at checkout. At checkout, it'll take the rest off. Yeah, I got to side with Money Mitch here. Money Mitch says the U.S. is struggling to control two industries that could be bringing in tons of tax, sports and cannabis. Absolutely agree. Cannabis should be legal for a lot of different reasons, but for the main one is that it brings in tax revenue and people are going to consume it regardless of its legalization status, right? And that is an obvious self-evident thing. People are going to consume cannabis regardless of whether it's legal or not, all right? By criminalizing it, you are missing out on tax dollars. You are causing people to go to black markets where it's more dangerous for them. You are causing just people. You're endangering people by keeping cannabis criminalized. You're hurting, different groups of people. Like, it's just bad all around, keeping it illegal, and people are going to consume it regardless. And like, to point out, people are going to say, "Oh, well, why should we legalize another drug?" And it's just kind of like, dude, you got to have an even standard. You can't sell liquor at gas stations, which is an objectively and obviously more harmful drug. Alcohol is so much more harmful than cannabis ever will be, but yet liquor is sold at gas stations and cannabis is demonized and criminalized. It's just ridiculous. Like, at this point in time, it should be legal, and that's not even arguable. The real issue is the pharmaceutical and the prison industry. That's the two big lobbyist groups against it. If you want to see one of the biggest anti-cannabis lobbying organizations in the world, it's a company called Abbott Laboratories or Abbott Pharmaceuticals. I'm not sure which one it is, but they're the biggest anti-cannabis lobbying organization. They donate to both political parties, so it's not just one-sided. And ultimately, they are the ones that are keeping it illegal. And again, it's the pharmaceutical industry. If you can have something that doesn't cause physical dependence, What? My collar's messed up. Okay. If you could have one that doesn't cause physical dependence, alcohol, you could die from the withdrawal symptoms. Cannabis, there's no withdrawal symptoms. And people say, oh, well, they're psychological, whatever. Look, I'm talking about physical withdrawal symptoms, none. And so again, the argument for cannabis legalization is absolutely there. And again, I'm one that's been watching cannabis stocks. Like you see a lot of the cannabis stocks. Like at this point in time, both parties can say they support it, but deep down they're getting too much PAC money and donations from the cannabis, the anti-cannabis lobbyists, that it doesn't matter either way. Huh. All right, Carol's here. So why not legalize those other things? I mean, listen, cannabis is different than those other things. Again, I'll explain the differences. All right. Those things are objectively more harmful than alcohol, Carlitos. Objectively more harmful, right? Those things cause massive physical dependence, and they're terrible for you, right? Cannabis is not. Cannabis causes no physical withdrawal symptoms, and the toxicity, the inebriation levels from cannabis are obviously less than those things, right? Again, it's about having an even standard. I'm okay with them saying, hey, those two things are too hardcore. They're too radical. Like, we don't want to legalize things. Those things are too bad for people. They're not good for people in that regard, right? I'm okay with them saying that as long as we have an even standard of like, okay, well, like these things are on the same level. They should be legalized. These things are not on the same level. They should be criminalized. Fine, right? But again, comparing those two things with cannabis is a ridiculous comparison. And I think that's, again, I think people need to understand, it's like you got conservatives that are all about freedom. Yeah, freedom, America. And then when it's like, okay, well, what about legalizing cannabis? Oh, no, not cannabis. It's just kind of like, dude, y'all get out of here, man. I don't even do cannabis. Again, I'm married with kids. Like, I get, I'm not saying I never did, but again, it should be legalized without question. I don't know about that. Fubo just got a $14 price target upgraded. Let's see. Fubo. I have Fubo. I actually like Fubo. I think companies like Fubo are going to be the reason AT&T and Comcast get really lose a lot of value over the next 5 to 10 years. And I talked about this yesterday. I think AT&T, Verizon, Comcast, they're all in trouble because I think companies like Fubo are producing TV streaming services that compete with the big boys that is noticeably less cheaper with no contract, right? If I could spend $30, $40, $50, $60 a month with Fubo, get sports, get TV, get movies, and it's no contract, I don't get locked into a long-term contract and then have my prices go up every month and then have them pretend like they didn't, then that's bad. There's also other options in terms of internet. There's other options in terms of phone carriers. So like, you can get a no contract based unlimited data, unlimited plan phone for like $50 a month, no contract. So like, why get a big contract now? Again, I think AT&T, Verizon, Comcast are in trouble, and it's from companies like Fubo. Right, exactly, Ernie. It's not addictive; it's habits forming. Like, you might feel bad if you don't have some. And Tiny, again, I'm not saying I never did it, but I'm not saying people aren't unhappy if they run out of it, if they're addicted to it, right? But I'm saying, like, physical symptoms, they've done studies. It's not really arguable. No offense. I mean, it's all love here. We can agree to disagree, Tiny. But they've done studies. It's not really arguable about like physical cannabis withdrawals. There's just nothing. There's not really any. Like, I'm sure people get kind of psychologically upset if they run out, but I think that's different than something like, yeah. You get truly addicted to something that has physical withdrawal symptoms. It's on a completely different level, and again, you try to quit coffee right now, you're going to go through more withdrawal symptoms getting off coffee than you would cannabis. So like that's where the huge hypocrisy is there. It's just kind of like there's no even standard. That's what I'm pushing for. I'm pushing for an even standard. Make things even. If liquor's at gas stations, legalize cannabis. Don't act like one's fine and just the good old boys drinking scotch every night. That's fine. But then cannabis is the evil. It's silly. Tyler, you have no idea what you're talking about. Yeah, everybody's different. No offense, Tyler. I appreciate you, but they're not even close to the same level, dude. And maybe this is too much argumentative. It's all love here, guys. We can agree to disagree. I guess I'm just frustrated that my tax dollars are spent on prosecuting cannabis users. When really the money's just kind of going to big pharmaceutical industries. But it's all love here. It's all good. Yeah, anything's addictive. I get addicted to toilet paper. I saw a documentary on about a girl that ate toilet paper. Yeah. Okay, got you, Tyler. Sorry if I overreacted there. I might have. Yeah, I get it. Tax dollars are wasted. It's all good. Yeah, here, it's all love here. We can reasonably talk about this stuff, and it's all good. You just got to understand, like, my perspective of, like, you hear people argue that cannabis is some super dangerous thing, and most of the time they're just kind of regurgitating, like, lobbyist nonsense. And again, I understand if you don't like it, but that's fine. But if we're truly about a free market, let people decide their own safety. Yeah, for sure, Jim, 100%. They know how to control it. But the problem with it, Justin, and the true problem of it, and the reason you haven't seen Big Pharma really embrace it like that, the true problem of it, was because if they can keep you addicted to opiates instead, opiates are far more addictive, much harder to get off of. And so they'll keep that money machine rolling, where cannabis is much less physically addictive. And so, like, you could arguably use cannabis for pain and then stop once you're healed and not be stuck on it and have to keep paying for it. You know what I mean? And they understand that. And so they would rather keep you on the hard stuff that keeps you on it, so you keep paying them. That's the reality of it. People might not like to admit it. It might be an inconvenient truth, but it's, almost certainly the truth regardless. Yeah, I agree, Adam. I mean, there's a lot of crazy stuff nowadays, too. It's a good conversation. Again, I'm not really political. I think this is a fun conversation to have, and it's all love here. We can talk about this stuff not in a heated discussion and just be reasonable, and I think that's good. All right, guys. Hey, tomorrow, big day in terms of market craziness. Tomorrow we got PPI, we got the FOMC meeting and the rate hike decision. Again, just to give you some perspective on what to expect tomorrow, guys, and we will be back. I'm going to go ahead and close this one down. Tomorrow, 8:30, same time as CPI dropped today. PPI, the other side of the inflationary token, drops tomorrow. PPI is the producer price index. It is the other side of the inflationary coin, in which today's was consumer and prices and inflation. Tomorrow is producer or seller inflation, right? So very relevant to inflation as well. That drops at 8:30 tomorrow morning. Tomorrow afternoon at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, the rate hike decision is announced. So how much they're going to raise rates is going to drop at 2 p.m. tomorrow on the dot. So at 2 p.m. tomorrow morning, or at 2 p.m. tomorrow evening, They're going to announce, I'm almost certain they're going to say, hey, we chose to not raise rates tomorrow. So they're not going to raise rates, I don't think, tomorrow. They're going to pause or skip or whatever you want to refer to it as. That's tomorrow, 2 p.m. At 2:30, they're going to do the accompanying press conference with Big Papa Jerome Powell. And that is what's going to matter in terms of sentiment more than anything else tomorrow, is what Big Papa Jerome Powell says, what his stance is, what his tone is like, whether he's what's called hawkish, which means he is pushing for a contracting monetary policy, or whether he is dovish. And if you think about doves, what do? They fly, they open their wings. So an expanding monetary policy is what dovish means. And again, we'll find out tomorrow at 2 and 2:30. Hit the subscribe button. We cover all the major stuff. Hit the notification bell. We appreciate the love and support. Yeah, all good, Tiny. Thanks for joining us. I appreciate it. And it's all good. I understand everybody has their own personal, argument for and against that stuff. So it's all good. Maybe I'm narrow-minded in my view too. So it's all good. But yeah, I appreciate you guys. I will be back tomorrow morning, bright and early. Y'all be safe. Y'all be good. I'll see you guys later.